各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 IG 的下路选手 Gala， 欢迎 Gala 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 的下路选手 Gala。
今天要迎来区域资格赛的最后一场比赛了。Gala 会觉得队伍现在调整准备的怎么样？
因为我们最近几个 BO5就是打得非常不好吧，然后感觉英雄的预选技也没有对方理得好吧。然后昨天输掉，前天输掉之后，我们也整理了一下嘛，然后进行了一些复盘，也观看了对面的比赛吧，然后希望今天可以赢下来。
那今天在赛前有没有什么想对队友们说的加油打气的话？
就是如果真的只是走到这里的话，我觉得我们还是非常可惜的吧，然后所以今天还是必须要赢下来的，然后加油。
也期待 IG 今天能够调整好状态，全力以赴来面对这一场比赛。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是北京 JDG 的中单选手 Scott， 欢迎 Scott 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的中路 Scott。
今天要迎来区域资格赛的最后一场比赛了，也要争夺最后一张通往全球总决赛的门票。今天 Scott 你在赛前的心态大概是一个怎样的？
就放好心态，正常打就行了。
那今天对上 IG， 你觉得最重要的点在哪里？
今天对上 IG 的话，主要是团战吧。我们团战打好的话，应该会赢下来。
也期待今天北京 JDG 的精彩表现。
Well, look who the cat dragged in. It's all of you. Last day of LPL proper for the year. Folks, there has been a ridiculous amount of LPL this year, and we are absolutely delighted to have been joined by you throughout this year. That's my groceries. I've got to go out to the door in the middle of my sappy statement. Appreciate you all. Let's get ourselves into this last world qualifying series between IG and JDG.
观看2025全球总决赛 LPL 赛区资格赛，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA。李宁英雄联盟斗魂觉醒系列现已上市，上京东搜教育优惠，数码装备至高省4000。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
我从21年开始没有缺席过世界赛吧。
恭喜苏州 LNG 拿下了第3张通往全球总决赛的门票。
我这几年都在参加世界赛，这次的话也会带我们其他这个人去世界赛。
上一场的世界赛是2019年，所以2025年我是很想拿这个世界赛名额。
那支 IG 他回来了，
下一场比赛也是最后一个名额嘛，必须要赢下来。
一起加油吧！希望打一个精彩的比赛。到这里了，就希望大家能够加油，一起走到最后吧。
正常系列就单防住泽善滑过来，想要去切下 J 克劳被切了。
再不把握住的话，可能下次没有这个机会了。
这个激光小干减速到了赖的狙击，
只能一个队去了嘛，所以不会手下留情。
跟我的前队友 Gala 跟 Miko 说，争夺最后一张门票，就还是我去吧。
保持好我的进攻，然后打碎对面。
欢迎来到2025全球总决赛 LPL 赛区资格赛，这里是深圳 NIP 主场，让我们有请 Invictus Gaming 北京 JDG Esports。
JDG IG for one last shot at the World Championships for 2025. IG have not been there since 2019. JDG missed last year, but got revenge against the team which stopped them at the last hurdle in Weibo last round. Invictus Gaming changed every member on the team and then changed jungle again this year. JDG changed every member on the team and changed top lane and support another couple of times too. Both these teams, ships of Theseus.
上单 The Shy 小徐
And yeah, have made it to this final battleground. The Shy versus Xiaoshu. What an incredible match that'll be. Wei versus Shun, the battle of BLG junglers scorned. One last chance to join them at the World Championship.
中单 Rookie Scout
And how can you not talk about Rookie versus Scout? Legendary mid laners. Fallen on harder times, but legends nonetheless. Pay your respects. The mid lane matchup.
Gala Pates
Gala and Pays. What a year they've both had. One more veteran, the other. Both very, very powerful.
卓
And rounding off, Mako and Draw. Draw, the third support of the year for JDG. Mako coming from top esports on the other side of the rift after a great year last year. Let's get it on.
2025全球总决赛 LPL 赛区资格赛第3日的比赛 ，IG 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始。LPL 无畏尽巅峰。
The winner of this series, folks, faces T1 in the 4th seed match. Our play-in of Worlds 2025 in a best of 5. Will we see Rookie back at Worlds for the first time since 2019? And that interview which Gala was giving, Dark World's been translating a little bit in chat. Let me just have a look exactly what was written there. Recently I played a couple of really bad best of 5s. It would be a shame if we made it through all of the year only for it to end here. So Jayo, this is the last chance to qualify. How do you feel? This is to Scout, I believe. Scout, I've got to calm my mental and just play properly. What do you think is the most important thing to do when playing against IG? Facing IG, I think it's team fights. As long as we perform well in team fights, should be okay. Going back to Gala, today is the last match of qualifiers. Gala, how do you feel about the team and preparations? Recently we played badly in best of 5s. We feel like our drafts weren't as good as the opposing teams. After losing the day before, we tied it up a bit. And we studied JDG games yesterday. So we have to, and we hope to win today. Of course you do. Alright folks, let's get into it. Get ourselves on the screen as well, why not? Welcome back everyone. Sam will be joining us in just a minute. First draft of the last series of LPL for 2025. We'll have ASI, we'll have Worlds, we'll have whatever. In terms of the China homegrown regional affair, this is our last one, folks. ISO banned away. Will we see Poppy banned away? That's been a powerful ban in a lot of our drafts so far. Kiana permanently banned against our LPL junglers. I know LCK has not been doing well with it, but particularly in the LPL, with the junglers so proficient at it, and also teams which are more willing to just scrap without setup, Kiana really does gain a lot of value. Azir banned away from Scout. Last ban, Poppy, Yunara. Yunara's been left up here. It will be the Yunara that's banned away. What's your first pick? Orianna, take away from Scout. Very lane dominant. Now Scout has to think about, oh god, what do you play into the Orianna? Nothing really beats it in lane. You can contest it. The Annie's gone, so one of those is gone. You can go Pantheon Talia, even though it's fallen off. Scout could go towards the Talia. You can go towards Aurora, potentially. You could go Victor. What's the plan? They don't have to lock it in right now. They can do it on 3. You can lock in Pantheon. You could lock in few different things. I suppose now mid lane is put in. I suppose you could go towards something like even the Alistar if you wanted to pick something like that. Nico, also very powerful too. Nico's been very good for both these supports over the year, really. For everyone, most places. Pantheon being locked in does give you that global. Could go Rise as well for Scout. That Nico powerful laning phase. They lock that in early. No, they don't. The Corki instead. Now, Corki blind like this, there aren't many things which beat Corki in lane that easily. Yunara's one of them. Not easily, but Yunara can bully him out a little bit at the early levels. Gives you a lot of early power in lane. Gala on Sivir. Ooh, that'd be powerful. You can spell shield the Pantheon. Give you that scaling. Gala's Sivir has been up there as best in region. And we'll get it. Gala's Sivir here at game 1. What'd you pair it up with, though? Yeah, this is a good one. Yep. Now on the other side, you can go Ral. You can still go for that Nico if you really want to bully out lane. You can potentially Braum as well into the melee matchup. Taric, we've been seeing some play of. Of course, Paze played it with the Lucian. We saw some Taric, of course, in the LEC even. I was even chatting to Mickey a bit about it after that. Messaged him about it. Taric, very strong champion. Probably not the case, but not for this game, though. Get outranged by the Orianna. The Nico gives you that lane dominance. Corki Nico, very, very strong in the early levels. So JDG have a pretty good winning bot lane here. Yes, the Sivir will pick up farm, but you're going to get pressure from the Corki Nico. So JDG, do you ban out Nocturne? Do you ban out Vi? Nocturne, probably not a hard one to take away. Hey, Sam, thank you so much. Going through the draft thick and fast here.
How you feeling about it? I'm seeing another lock of Nico.
Well,
another lock of the Pantheon.
I love the early power from the Corki and the Nico. That gives you a guaranteed pushing lane, basically, or a lane that will just bully out when you need it to. On the other side, though, double long-range scaling carries with good laning phase. Orianna, Sivir are really nice champions right now in the current meta. There aren't many things which outvalue them in terms of just raw kind of carry for carry value going into the late game. So IG have got some good firepower to bring to bear with that one. Wukong and Bess are taken out so far. As we figure out the Jenga of getting Sam's chair into place. We tried to do this off camera, but hey, needs once must.
Sorry about that. We've got coffee now, which I think is a valuable trade, to be fair.
And again, that is very much a need here, so I'm gonna rate that quite highly. Sarn taken away.
Yes.
Thing is, if you do go for a tank champion on 4 here for JDG, you can still get trundled, and that could be a big problem, actually.
Yeah, and we saw JDG play yesterday, and on the whole, they were the better team than Weibo. But we saw some of the Achilles heel, the defining weakness of JDG, which has often been that mid-game coordination, that overplay from someone where you go, oh, well, look at Paze making this crazy play and the rest of the team doesn't notice. Or, hang on, I think we can kill Xiaohu as he's running away on this Azir. And it goes a bit wrong. And I'm looking at a team like this with all of this early power, all of this ability to snowball, a little bit like BLG, though different, I think. There is a world here where if they don't make that happen, or they are lackadaisical in their mid-game plays, you're going into a Sivir, you're going into an Orianna, that could get tricky.
Shun's Pantheon arguably won JDG the entire series in that last game with that blind ult to catch Xiaohu's Akali. Well, Xiaohu missing worlds only for the second time in his entire career. The Trundle does come in, even though it's not against tanks on the other side.
It's good into the Pantheon. It has been the regular matchup if you can find it.
And you can kind of, displace the low mobility Rumble. What do you have for your top lane pick here, the Shah? You could go for something like the Galio, but I don't think you've got the best ability to deliver it in right now. The Ornn, I think, is better. It gives you more engage. You don't have as much of it. And Ornn Trundle has that point-and-click knock-up in a bottle where you charge up that E, the pillar comes up midway through your charge, coordinated with your jungler, and you get a knock-up for free. Nasty stuff. So, last pick for Scout goes towards the Aurora, one of his last kind of real comfort picks here in the mid lane. High damage for JDG. I think they spike a little earlier than IG as well, but if you do get to 3 items. IG have a great tank frontline to protect a double long-range scaling backline. So you've got a slightly earlier spike from JDG. I think they want to be looking for flanks, whereas IG want to deny them, take things front to back with their tanks, and see if Rookie and Gala can be that late-game scaling carry menace. IG have struggled with early games, though. They must show that the early games have leveled up. If they want to get to Worlds, you cannot afford to be dropping early leads and not getting to the team fights where you do normally excel.
And it has now been quite a number of best of 5s that have been dropped for IG in a row now. They were in the upper bracket, it fell down to the lower bracket, and now they find themselves in regional finals. This last qualifying option for Worlds. One last spot remains for the LPL. The winner here has the dubious honor of taking on the LPL's great nemesis, T1, waiting for them at Worlds as the LCK 4th seed. After all of the shocks and trials and tribulations across the pond in Korea, not even that much of a pond, there's a land border. To an extent. Either way, we find ourselves going on to the Rift for game 1. Victus Gaming against JDG. One team, glory awaits the other. Well. Solid response from JDG. The IG fans normally with them out-failed out on their opponents. But JDG, a lot of PaCe fans in the house today. Some cool banners for him. He's on the Corki this time around. Not quite the scaling options we've seen him go towards of late. The Corki will do just fine here. And I'm looking at just the general AoE and the skirmishing power from JDG. Every single member bringing damage, including your support.
Yeah. I think we've seen a bit more of a return to a lot of teams going towards 2 carry and then 3 people propping them up. But for the last couple of years, we have seen an awful lot of everyone bringing enough damage. So if you, well, BLG as well.
Yeah, very true.
We're going to keep it more regional. It does mean you can go for those quick picks.
It does. Gala ends up taking a lot of damage out from the Blooming Burst and the Foss Bomb combo. There's some really annoying circles to avoid in the spot lane. Big fan vote for Invictus Gaming. That should surprise no one.
Yeah, IG built a super team this year after being irrelevant, realistically, for a number of years. They haven't been to Worlds since 2019. They brought back the Shy and Rookie for this attempt. Brought in, of course, Gala, Mako, JJ was here at first. Brought in Way afterwards after something went wrong, I suppose, with that particular lineup. They've scaled over the year. We thought this playoff, surely that would be the easy opportunity for them. It wasn't necessarily. They bombed out a bit in playoffs. Ended up losing in, what was it, 4th, I guess, overall, maybe 5th. IG, coming out to anyone's legend in the lower bracket. Even though they were a 2nd place finishing team in the regular season, can they make it happen? I'm going to maintain the stance I've had the entire damn split, Sam. I'm not saying they're making Worlds until they actually make Worlds. I'm not cursing them, Sam. They don't deserve that.
JDG, on the other hand, well, there's someone we might have a chat about in terms of curses, because it felt like for lots of this year, they were worse than the sum of their parts. Looking at players like Shun and Scout, who were supposed to be some of the best in their role. Of course, Shun coming off a World Finals. Yes, a messy divorce with BLG and all that. Scout, how many MVPs did he get last year? How many MVPs did he get the year before that? This man had been on an absolute tear. You're bringing in PaCe? Sure, we had to replace Ruler, but PaCe just came off a fantastic year with Gen G. And you're kind of going down this list and you're going, yeah, I can get behind that. Missing as well, still sticking around. You'll note, not on the roster anymore. Switches around in top lane as well, and finally they've kind of made it work, but it has not been an easy run to get here. But one series now remains between them and Worlds.
No, for sure. JDG, start of the year, you've completely captured that kind of feeling. which was JDG. Wow, this is, yes, they're losing people like Kanavi, Yagao's retiring, Ruler's gone. What are they going to do? But bringing in the roster they did, you thought, okay, this is a worthy successor to the JDG organization. The 23 super team, hard to beat, but surely they'll still be contenders, right? I don't think they were for a lot of this year, but honestly now coming into the last part of it, managed to scale up again. I think Shun and Scout, their last series, is probably the best on average between them that we've seen this split. I think the both of them pulled their weight in a way that we weren't consistently seeing from both of them at the same time. Now getting back to actually what's happening in the gameplay on screen, very quiet. We've had a little bit of wards put down onto each other's side of the map in terms of jungle. The bot lane's actually been fine. You know, is Gala and Mako, you're expected to drop a little bit of farm, which they have, but it's not completely out of whack. They haven't died, they haven't blown summoners, and both teams quietly gone about the early game.
So far, I'm waiting really on some of those level 6s, I feel, for both teams, particularly JDG, where those level 6s are nasty. Not things like Alistair aren't good, obviously, but when you're going for the early game all damage comp, turns out those ultimates may have a little more compositional value up front.
Seeing Rookie versus Scout as well, after all these years, there's still something very special for us who have been here for the long time. Scout low HP after Rookie's traded very hard. Where's the pillar?
Waiting for it. Does find the pillar and bumps Scout back out from under turret. It's going to force the flash.
I think a QW and an auto would have killed from Rookie. So, easy flash blown. Doesn't have the teleport either. Used that a little earlier for his first back of the game. Good first entrance here from Wait. Rookie versus Scout. We're talking about that 1v1. Quickly becomes a 2v1 with Wait. That's another international title holder on this roster coming through. Gala, low HP. Heal has to come through.
No mana, so got a little bit dicey there. Heal comes on through. Good headbutt pulverize from Mako onto 2. We'll trade that well back onto Pace, but with Shun around, I don't think you can really realistically look for anything more.
But then again, with Pace so low HP, it's not like JDG can either. So again, nullifying. And one of the biggest things we've said about IG is, what do they do about their early game? If it's nullified in this kind of game where you can get the Orianna Sivir stood behind a front line later on, I think you're really happy. Taking the walk from bot side, find a Nico. Ouch, Xiaoshu down here, teleporting for an early lane swap, I suppose, with the Corki going top side. And the Dragon may go towards JDG if they want to start it.
That way, Gala just sit there, farm as much as they can. It's down a little bit of CS, but again, you are double ranged into the solo of Sivir, so I can see how that's happened in the bot side. Of course, mid lane, Rookie trading up similar numbers with a good early Orianna performance. Although it did start with a tier, I wonder whether we might see something not looking like a Roa build after, but with a double catalyst in inventory. Does look like that will be coming in as well.
Dragon's gonna get... Well, Mega was walking over, so you did have to wonder a little bit. When I looked at the minimap, I thought, he's alone. That happens sometimes. When you look at, you know, these players, these teams, yeah, there's good win rates there for IG overall. Of course, their regular season was really, really good. So our comment in chat, which I'd really like to address here too, talking about, well, you know, Scout's really fallen off, and it's been happening for years. I mean, I think last year you could say there were some moments where it's a little bit less powerful, but then again, he did go undefeated in World Swiss Stage, 3-0, this time-ish, last year. And in 2023, he had so many Player of the Game awards, he broke the LPL record in 23 spring. He then broke his own record again in summer on that LNG year. That was a ridiculous year for Scout. You know, of course, it was a year or two after he won the World Championship on EDG 2021 as well. So I don't think he has been, you know, falling off set per se. He's been, this year has been the one you actually question and go, okay, this has not been the level of form we expect from the player Scout has been for the last few years. Have to respect the work he puts in, though, on 24 and 23 too.
Absolutely do. And again, don't let recent performances blind you to how successful and dangerous he has been. Because at one point he was arguably better than Knight, which was crazy to say.
Saying, hang on, maybe I'm playing top side. Here comes Pantheon.
Grand Starfaller's up. There's those level 6 we were wondering about. Flash cleanse from Gala gets him out to safety. Mako, though, actually also really good extraction there with the headbutt to buy time. Scout now going between worlds onto Way. Pays will Valkyrie over the wall and force a flash out of the trundle.
Ornn's coming up and does have ultimate. If JDG stick around, they could get strafed by that. Grubs starting now. Xiaoshu over the wall.
The health bars aren't great from IG, though, even if the load has largely been used now from JDG. A little low on ammunition. Grub's taken by at least one of them right now for JDG. Here's that Ornhorn you were calling for. Mako gets the knock-up. Scout taken low, but not really out. The damage is not there. The Equalizer comes on down, splits the upright. Doesn't really find any damage.
Still a shockwave. Where is that going? Last Grub taken by JDG 2-1.
There's the pull. No! Mako flashes out and the shockwave hits no one. And IG absolutely fumble it. Rookie's wondering what on earth Mako just did with his ball.
It's exactly what happened in LPL playoffs. A Rookie and Mako desynchronized. Yes, that exact play happened earlier in this split, folks. God, it comes back to haunt IG. 4 deaths around the Grubs. An awful start to IG. You do get one of the Grubs, yes, but the early game woes come back to worry them. And JDG, real credit to taking the chunks off of IG earlier to make this so much easier. See that Scout trying to get the poke in where he can. JDG managed to split up. So it's only a one-man CC combo onto Scout, and that's not enough for IG.
It's not, and this is the moment where we all started wincing. The ball goes on top of Mako in a moment or two, and you see the angle. It would have been a 3-4 man and Mako.
I mean, but Mako's going to die anyway there. Why would you flash like that? Oh, Mako. Okay, so folks, I know it sounds like, but you're speaking from an IG perspective. We are, because God, that was painful to watch. You could see the angle and just slips through their fingers. JDG now at a huge advantage. The team which felled Weibo yesterday. JDG playing 2 days back-to-back. And they have been a lot better in the early game. Again, actually, they've been doing quite well on that front recently. JDG, can they make it to a World Championship after a year away? Time will tell, I suppose. Good start for them.
Speaking of good starts, let's look at the player that people perhaps, I say it's between him and Joao, know the least about, care the least about on JDG, namely Xiaoshu, who is 2-0-2, nearly 1,000 gold up on this Rumble, is the big winner of that team fight, despite a slightly awkward equalizer. Yeah. I saw that one, Xiaoshu. He is still absolutely dangerous here.
I think for a lot of this split, Xiaoshu was the carry for JDG, despite lots of other people taking some back steps in form. God, he's been good. Mako hovering around Rookie's lane. I think they're afraid of the Pantheon ult now. In fact, Shin could go him towards topside. Is he spotted on vision? No. Recalling in that brush. Need to be careful now of that Pantheon ult being held over IG's heads.
There we go. Here's a very scary ult. Shin, in general, not have the greatest time on Pantheon. Only picked up his 3rd win in 10, I want to say. Yesterday. And we got that really clutch win. Very good work there to be finally mastering the Pantheon when it matters the most. However, it's again worth noting, it's not always been Shun's most comfortable champion this split.
Yeah, and even then, that game yesterday was a close one. That game 4 versus Weibo. Dragon is alive. First one taken by JDG. This would be their second. Do IG want to contest? One of my big complaints from their series 2 days ago was IG contesting over things. They just had no right to contest as well. Trusting in their ability to win against the odds. Didn't really work out for them versus Top Esports, who, it turns out, are a really good team in League of Legends regionally. We'll see if that continues internationally, of course. Always the drawback for them. IG, I think they're choosing not to contest this one. Rookie does have teleport if he does want to go down to the bot side of the map. A little dangerous to give over 2 dragons, but I don't think IG's time is now.
No, it doesn't feel like it. I think they're happy enough to give up the second dragon. This will be feat of strength as well, worth noting. As the little tracks at the top of your screen will show it's basically all red up there. And will remain that way now for good as this dragon falls down. And the boots are upgraded. Da-da-da-dun.
Could have made that a little bit more flary, I guess. Is that like a victory theme?
It was, yeah, that was the idea.
Give you like the Final Fantasy one. Like
yeah.
Anyway,
I just pre-ordered some Magic the Gathering
Final
Fantasy scene.
Crack, Sam.
Yeah, they've released the Final Fantasy scene, so I pre-ordered them. Got a good deal out.
I'm sure you think so, Sam. At the end of the day, Sam, they've made you buy shiny bits of cardboard.
It's true, they have.
Yeah, they've, I think they've won this marketing battle.
It's true.
Wow, it's like, oh, you play Magic? Yes, I pull rabbits out of hats and make you lose track of where a ball is under 3 different cups.
And I lose lanes by 10 CS every time.
You ever heard of the Monty Hall paradox?
How is it that somehow, some way, Rookie has lost his 10 CS lead, bot lane is down 10 CS, and top lane is also down 10
don't worry
CS,
about
again
it.
from IG.
Don't worry about it.
How has this happened, Alex?
No, don't worry about it, Tim.
I mean, credit on the other side to JDG, get the right G team out there, as they are managing the early advantages they have drafted for very well here currently.
I just realized that for so many years, we could have had Knight versus Rook.
Yes.
Instead of Rookie. I could have made so
I
many
have
references.
made that, Jay.
I've not. Because I was thinking about, Sam, yesterday we talked a lot about Star Wars when the game got
Do
released,
you
Sam.
think, when of course Pawn used to be in the LPL and EG, that what he was the one who paved the way for Knight? Are we now expecting at some point a bishop or a queen?
Yeah. I think we already have a couple of. Joel retreating from the top jungle, has the flash from a good pillar from Wei.
That is a good pillar as well. Nice work there. It doesn't really lead to all that much as yet.
Anyway.
But again, that's a Nico without a Pop Blossom coming into what could be a Herald fight.
Yes, 30 seconds on that. The Shy could teleport up. First item now hit from IG. Again, I really think they probably want 2, but then again, how much can you give up against JDG? You don't want to give them too much early, otherwise they'll stop you from reaching those out and break points anyway. I suppose the argument is if you fight and you lose, it's even worse, but gotta give at least a token effort, you'd imagine. Boots built up for Gala. Gala's been very consistent over the back half of summer and into playoffs, actually, especially on the scaling carries like the Sivir. He's very good at that pick. Now, I think Gala has been, you know, taking games with a scruff of the neck, but you can trust him on the late game carries to really put out good damage. Did quite well against top esports on this pick. Herald spawning now. JDG have the position on it and the vision control.
And they do. We throw the ball into the river. Chunk onto the clone of JDG's shot. Scout now running down the river as well. The Shy with the TP available can look to come in. He's not here yet.
He's coming in now. They will have that Ornn ultimate to bring across the team. They wanted to be a front-to-back Sivir ult popped.
Hunt down. Shun chunked out actually by the Herald, trying to rush this one down. Can IG make their way in? Way. Ow, that Electro Harpoon hurts. The Equalizer after also good. Herald secured by JDG. And they just have to back away from this. No real way to continue the contest. But they do get mid lane prio,
They're going
I guess.
to teleport it in to make sure they can wave clear. They might also Herald top lane early too if they really want to. I don't think they will. He'll go down anyway, actually. It's quite low HP. I didn't quite track that one. So IG move in, pop an ultimate, don't find the fight, and JDG, credit to them, they just absorb the aggressive angle from IG. Don't get hasty. Take the objective, back off. They can fight for the dragon in a minute and a half, look to get themselves third dragon on the Ocean Rift.
Also note that again, going on Grand Starfall coming in. Pause on the notes. And instead look at the on-screen action as the Shy will get shield vaulted, will call the Forge God, but I don't think this helpline will be doing much more than providing flowers at the funeral.
All it does is go to the voicemail. The Forge God's busy right now. Would you like to leave a message? He will have to deliver some funeral flowers towards the Shy. Sad for him. Second death of the game. IG just not tracking JDG well. And this is the problem. Look at the jungle of JDG. I don't see any wards from IG. How can you spot the Pantheon coming if you don't know where the hell he is? The answer is rhetorical. You can't, really. Xiaoxi will take the top lane turret, and JDG get themselves a solid lead in this game. 3,000 now and counting.
That was about before we saw the top lane gag. That was exactly where I was about to go, because again, IG are falling bound significant amounts of gold. Yes, you've got the scaling comp. You've got Sivir, you've got Ornn, Orianna. You can kind of go down the list and go, yep. With the builds as well, we are playing for later stages. But you don't want to be giving up this kind of lead early. It is very tricky.
You know, I was thinking about Rook earlier, Sam.
I do.
Because the other day, we were talking a lot about Star Wars.
We were.
And I was thinking, well, it could reference other things at some point, you know, just as a treat. Well, you know, what are the other big franchise people care about? Think about Lord of the Rings? Fool of a Rook. That's how we got there, folks. Dragon's Alive, that's probably more important.
Is it Smaug?
Sam, I'm not exactly sure. Does anyone have a black arrow to throw at him? No, not necessarily in this comp. Could be in a bit of trouble there, actually. Damn, should have picked in the Varus.
I still remember the audiobook with the magic arrow that sort of trilled and everything.
Yes, I remember that too, actually. Okay, face off in the mid lane, trying to get control over the mid lane, push in towards the river. Xiaoxiu's E-poke has been very big, actually, onto IG around the last couple of fights they've started. And that big one hitting onto Gala as well. Good poke from JDG.
Ooh, just saw him go across the veil, but Scout with the weirding and the twofold hex leaves Mako basically out of the fight already.
That's really important because now they can't even use the redemption onto Gala. Mako has to use it, and JDG doing very well at taking vision control, holding the objective. Herald is spawned by JDG.
Battle Herald.
It was technically a Battle Herald, yes. Dragon going down. IG pushing mid.
In comes Jaw inside of the Herald, looking to charge through a few people. It absolutely is a Battle Herald. Gala gets knocked up. Jaw with a wonderful pop blossom, forcing a load of flashes. Stays alive until just a second or two when the ricochets bring them low, but they'll take a dragon and a kill on way.
IG will stop the Herald from going into the turret, but yes, losing the kill and the dragon means that JDG now have themselves the threat of Ocean Soul later, and IG, I guess they try and stick around for this mid lane. I don't think they'll be able to get that. They're not really getting much of a foothold here.
Really not. At the very least, Gala's the one that picks up the kill. He's had his cull cash in, is
Yeah,
now
that's
actually
fair.
up some gold. If he needed a win con coming online, there you have it.
Pantheon could come in. There's level 11 here. Scout going across the wall. Yeah, they're looking for Rookie. Has flash. Can anyone come to help him? I don't know.
Not really got that second item built yet. He's only got a Roa, so no Saras, but they just don't quite have enough damage, and so Rookie gets to walk away.
Yeah, well played by Waco. Not Waco. Why Waco? No, Waco was Wacko. That was Ultra Prime's AD.
Away and Mako together.
Yeah, yeah.
The support jungle couple name.
He did a really good job of disengaging Scout. Look, words are really hard this early in the morning. The Battle Herald's not bad, actually. Gets the knock up and then draw goes on after this. Really good play from him, given the situation. Individually. Wasn't exactly that much follow-up, though, was there? Paze wasn't really in range. You get the one kill, though.
Paze did have flash. I'm just saying, you could have got him
folks,
to Valhalla.
Say, I can't even look, folks. There have been so many games of LPL this year. I think we're almost at 900 LPL games across the entire year. Now, we didn't cover absolutely all of them, but we did cover, I would say, at least 3/4. I reckon we only dropped a day a week at most.
Yeah,
maybe. It's been after that many games, you start seeing LPL players in your sleep, folks. You start seeing them, like, when you close your eyes. It is, everything blends into one. It's an amalgam of all of the many team fights, horrors, and glories we've had over the entire year.
Thank you, Riot Games Game Valorant, for gifting a subscription, by the way. I appreciate you for supporting your older brother in esports.
Wait, is that legit? What? Hang on, what? Excuse me?
Hang on, is that actually
That's
Valorant?
actually the Valorant account.
Actually is Valorant. What?
What?
That's the real Valorant. Just dropped a sub.
I did see the subs as well. Aramista, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs there. Sorry, we're getting a little bit off the track. Anyone who has supported across this year, thank you so much for supporting us and telling the stories of these teams. We are down to our last LPL series of the year. One last chance for World Teleports coming in. IG, I'm not sure they got the best setup for this.
Well, welcome, new subs. You've got the best seats in the house. Mako. Lose a bit of the HP bar there. Too much else. Has to hold on. There's Atakan. Just being considered. IG have won a lot of games around this.
I'm really getting worried by the poke coming through. Sivir ult pop trying to catch Shower Shoot. He has flash.
Hello was good to keep him a little bit honest. Will flash over the wall and does a good job. Watch for the equalizer. It is good from Shower Shoot. The Shy being shredded will lose half his HP bar.
IG, they're really struggling to close the distance before they lose too much HP on someone like Mako or the Shy. JDG doing a great job of landing good poke, absorbing the tentative engage, using the HP advantage afterwards, get better positioning. IG will once again push out the top lane. Shy spotting a draw on the flank.
They are walking on that angle there as the Shy is doing their best to keep him off, but that's your top lane, your front line not there. Scout goes between Worlds, catches Way and Rookie, and Way is not very happy about the experience. Shockwave on 2, helps deny. Pop Blossom, flash with the Rocket Bell, can't quite get all the Gala, but that'll be more than enough. The double knock up after from the Shy scoop, but there's no damage. Rookie with this build has none, and Gala's already gone, and JDG sends blood in the water and murder IG where they stand.
The solo lane ults from IG looked good, but they've lost too much HP. JDG's skill shot accuracy and their ability to poke out the melees of IG has been crushing IG. The Shy, Mako, Way, all bleeding HP. That will give the Atakan to JDG. The gold lead will increase ever further to 5,000 abouts now. And watch the poke that happens here. Scout gets his ultimate in, and it's not like the Trundle can immediately turn it around. Wei cannot play this fight now. IG, they've stood in a couple of areas now for a little too much time before everyone's ready to turn it around. Gala gets caught in the engage, and honestly, the solo lane engages are fine here. Rookie, the Shy get good ultimates. The damage is already done.
I think the issue is, Frenchie, well, where is the damage? Gala's only at 2 items. Rookie has only completed the Seraphs now. They're just so far behind, and they've gone for a slower scaling, lower damage team earlier.
Okay, they need to fight now, though. Soul is up and available now. JDG looking for that Ocean Soul. IG, you've lost all of the big fights for now. Can you avoid getting poked? JDG, can you get yourself that killer objective on such a quick time stamp?
Has to be IG's mind weighing as JDG just smile. They know this game is feeling real good for them right now. 5,000 gold, a Grand Star full way, force an awkward direction between worlds from Scout is magnificent. The equalizer follow-up brings down Gala. The Civet has been unable to ricochet anything.
Invictus Gaming do not have a leg to stand on. It's been cut, burned underneath them as JDG lay down another red carpet. Another world to go between, and perhaps a world to go towards as well for JDG. And that's topical for Scout. He's had a great game on the Aurora in the mid lane. JDG only the single death for them so far. An Ocean Soul cleanly taken. JDG, we have been waiting for this consistent level of coordination from them for a lot of this year. They do manage to crack that question. A conundrum for them at this point after so much time. Maybe we can see another level from this team we hoped we'd see when they announced the roster.
Here's the replay. The Grand Star for one way, forces IG the other, and Scout was ready and waiting. Gala got absolutely blasted by the Aurora and the Rumble. Again, the Shockwave is good, but you don't have an AD carry anymore, and that's been true for the last 3 fights.
I think IG have made a couple of big errors. Well, not necessarily making the big errors, but I mean, that fight, that one's just hard to win because you have to fight, but it just sucks. JDG, I'm going to frame in there positively, actually. JDG have done a great job of getting to objectives first, controlling vision and saying, IG, you got to walk into a team which outranges you. If you don't land and engage early, you'll get poked out and you can't win the fight anyway. That has been the story of this game. JDG going to crush through the mid lane out to turret. The gold lead again increasing. Baron has spawned now on IG. I think this game is a bit of a wash. Think about the next one now.
You want to note, though, there is a bit of a historical trend we need to note with JDG, and that is that their game 1s and best of 5s have been really good.
That's true, it's true.
And then things get more and more awkward as the series goes on, Alex.
Yeah, against Weibo even just yesterday. Fantastic game 1. Game 2, bit of a shit fest. Game 3 even more so, and it went to a game 4. JDG, yes, you're right. Their game 1s have been pretty good. Not quite the same level as, say, you know, Team W, which is even more exemplified, where they'd win every game 1 and then lose every game 2 and 3. It was, yeah. I think it literally happened about 9 times.
It was pretty rough.
So ridiculous. Anyway, and we'll see if that roster sticks together for next year, actually. An exciting one, but perhaps one which deals some upgrades elsewhere. I have to say, just in general, roster changes across this year in the LPL have been everywhere. From this time last year to now, folks, 80 roster changes in the LPL.
Oh my god.
The great winds of change have blown through China this year. JDG have had 6 head coaches in 2 years. They've had 7 roster changes this year as well. They changed the entire roster, but missing at the start of it. Then changed top lane, then changed support, then changed support again. And of course, Clearlove came in to be their head coach as well. Someone who's had a pretty bad track record as a head coach, but can't deny that he's had some impact here on JDG, I suppose. It has been a year of change in the LPL.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Rookie gets caught by the Tangle Barbs, but is not going to be taken much more than a little bit of a love tap.
Mako's on the flank. Can IG find a fight before they're chunked out?
Tanks just haven't been tanky this game. The issue with the Trundle in some ways, as we noted, but the Shy and Mako as well, not had a lot of fun and not been able to stay relevant here. It's left people like Gala without much space to work with, who does at least now have what was formerly known as a Molten Edge in inventory.
That's true, the upgraded Infinity Edge. Can Gala do enough? Doesn't have the third item.
Oh! Oh, good pop blossom with the Grand Starfall after. Gala caught by the equalizer. Run, little Sivir, run. Does manage to stay alive this time. The shockwave is good. Scout looking for between worlds though. And Gala is hit by everything and finally brought low. JDG had one mission. Kill the damn Sivir. And they managed to do it again and again and again. Scout brings the weight of the planets down on Scala's head. Between worlds, he finds himself in and amongst the solar system, blown into stardust. JDG, a clean victory in this first game of the series, which would qualify them to Worlds to face T1. Invictus Gaming must shape up. JDG came to fight.
Objects in motion stay in motion at JDG right now. While I tell you, they're in motion at IG.
Do not have the mass to stop this bowling ball. In game one, the planet crashes down for a game one victory.
Nexus will fall soon after. Only a single kill for Invictus Gaming in game one. Blown off the face of the rift. And yet, you don't have to be Newton to figure out what went wrong in that game. IG just could not get themselves into the game before they were poked out. And JDG found their range advantage, winning the game.
Well, that was a fun one for JDG.
Yes,
they had a
not as fun for Invictus Gaming.
No.
So, Invictus Gaming, down in this first game of their series, coming in as our 4th seed from championship points. They are the higher seed here, but JDG started to ramp up, and IG, this is the final hurdle. Rookie has been in this position multiple times. So many times. He was on it in Top Esports back in 2023. In 22 and 21, he had some decent runs as well, getting so close to that final hurdle, but never being able to go above and beyond it. JDG, I think they're starting to click at the worst possible time for IG. IG, on the other side of things, I think that they are missing that magic touch in team fights, that late game clutch potential which we have known from them. It's not getting to that point in the game where it actually can come online.
Yeah, it is. Quick shout as well. Aramister, I didn't want to overshadow your gift subs as well, but I had 5 gift subs in the middle of the game. I'm aware that obviously we were joking about the fact that we got Valorant
apparently it's
subs.
like a September thing from Valorant.
That makes some sense, but it was quite funny.
No, we appreciate you an awful lot there, Mister, as well. And by the way, folks, this is our last series of LPL for the year. We've done almost 900 games of LPL, and if you have sat here and watched us for any amount of time, whether it is for the first time today or from other times throughout the year, we appreciate you. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, so we bring you the stories and the entertainment that we love about the LPL as professional casters on our own time, on our own stream here. We really enjoy doing this. It has been a hell of a slog, and we appreciate your support through this as well. We have one last series here before we head into Worlds, ASI,
yes,
stuff like that too. Worlds cast, and now I'm not going to be at Worlds. Fingers crossed on co-streaming rights. I have asked if they can make an exception for little old us to co-stream our LPL teams at Worlds, so we'll wait on news for that one there. Initially I was said, well, maybe not, but we shall see. We shall see. We have some hope there. IG JDG though on our table here though, and we shall see if IG can wake up in time.
That has to be it, right? It has to be it. It has been, how many series in a row have they lost now? They won their initial upper bracket series.
It's a great question.
And then it's kind of just gone downhill from there. I think it's like 3 series in a row now that they've lost.
That sounds about right, actually. That does sound about right. Of course, they lost versus Top Esports. They must have lost... Well, they must have lost 2 to go out.
Yes,
it would have been 2 to go out in... So it's 3 best-of-5s in a row currently that they're on a loss streak. They lost an upper bracket, then lower bracket, and then the first match here. And that was after finishing 2nd in regular season. IG came in on really good form. We felt like going into playoffs. Hasn't been as easy as that, though.
If you want to see that Trundle's been nerfed, guys, Trundle has been nerfed.
Oh, God. And, yeah, I mean, I know we've talked a lot about Rookie versus Scout, and the like. Wei versus Shun is a very important matchup, too. Wei and Shun were both scorned by BLG. They were removed from that roster by different situations. And both of them, I think, are really fighting for kind of like personal pride. Obviously, their own accomplishments, but also some personal pride as well to say, no, we can go to Worlds. I can make it on my own. Wei and Shin, of course, both achieved great things with BLG over their time there. BLG, of course, now champions of the LPL again, but these junglers, they want to have their own bit of their story in there too.
You've got to call it out as well. Wei was very upfront in his interview saying, look, as far as I'm concerned, the reason we're losing is it's me. It's been a jungle diff. I've not been up to scratch when it's come to these early games to what's going on. And IG in general have not had the best connection between the jungle and support, and it's showing in the laning.
I just don't see how Trundle is meant to play against this team. You are only there to play for the pillar for Ornn, it feels like. I do wonder whether that Trundle was just not a good pick here.
Look, I see Pantheon. We picked Trundle into Pantheon, right? That's how this works.
It didn't work, Sam. It didn't work.
Right?
And I think IG were not great at approaching objectives.
No,
I don't think Gala had a single high DPS team fight.
No.
He was, I mean, JDG focused on Swim, for sure. They poked out the front line, made sure the front line couldn't peel for anyone, and then just said, all right, well, we've got the range advantage, HP advantage, and that was just... that was not so good.
Yeah, then maybe that gets you something back. I mean, it was already going to be a tricky fight because their health bars from IG were absolutely wasted after the attempted engages topside.
Okay, we'll rest our voices a little bit, figure things out.
Would you like another coffee, Alex?
Yeah, go on then. More
Go on then. How about you, chat? Can I get any more coffees?
If we mail it to you, you'll get like a really soggy envelope.
Yeah.
Well, no, it'll probably be dry at that point.
Yeah, it'll smell a bit funny.
An ex soggy envelope in like the next 2 days, depending on where you are in the world. God, Rookie actually played so well given his situation. Look, I think Rookie's had a bad couple of series. I mean, I think that he got destroyed by Knights. I think he wasn't the difference maker versus someone like anyone's Legend either. And yeah, I think that against top esports as well, he was a bit quiet. Given how good he was in regular season, we hate to see it. Rookie actually had a good game here, but it wasn't enough. That's actually got to be pretty galling for him to be like, wow, I've actually had a good game. It's not been great form from recently. But yeah, that was less good. I don't know, just not enough again. Sucks for him.
I've seen the orders coming in. Tea for Mabby, got that sorted latte for Monty's. All right, Corey, got you that one. Milk, no sugar, got you Gecko Snail. Mecca's had too much coffee. Well, that's unfortunate. IG needs
Also,
some more.
Joshua as well. I really appreciate the kind message there.
No,
over
it was
on
really
YouTube channel
thank
as well.
you.
Appreciate all of you. And I have to say, like, it has really helped structure just my year having LPL like this. But
yes,
you get to know like the regulars, you know. I feel like we are the barista. Well, we are literally the baristas right now getting coffee, and we get to see the regulars coming in. I did learn how to make a latte when I was over at Striker for LPL finals the other year. A Chinese caster said it didn't matter because they straight up lose that fight no matter what. Yeah, I still think they lose it, Darkwall, but it's just, it is just such a cherry on top. Who's our MVP? Guess it's Xiaoxu. Xiaoxu had a wonderful game on the Rumble. Yeah, no surprises there. Lost Raton is the shy and Na'Vi rookie incoming? Damn, gotta get that paycheck, huh? Couple of votes for mid, one for support. Yeah, Scout actually had a pretty good game too. And I don't know, I think both these mid laners have been on off form for a lot of this playoffs. Or for Scout, honestly, the entire year, really. Important to see them step up. Well, let's go chuck on some adverts, let's chill out and get ourselves ready for the next game of the series.
好久不见。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。
Hey, Shamrock, how's it going?
你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行，
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜教育优惠，数码装备至高省4000。
京东。
You're good?
Bearing you coffee.
Dankeschön. Hi G, I just don't want their year to end like this. Like, if they don't make it to Worlds, at least I want it to I want it to be with them still showing good form. There's nothing bad, there's nothing worse than feeling like a team could have made it if they'd played better. If you played well and you still don't make it, I mean, fair dues. Whatever, we play ASI. That's true, they would go to ASI. You know, the thing is, if you miss Worlds and go to ASI, I do wonder whether teams field all of their full rosters, actually. I wonder. Because sometimes you have to. I guess it is international competition versus LCK, but... Oh, they have to. Doonby said they have to play full rosters. Right, good to know. That makes sense. They have to field the 5 starters in their roster or they get fined. It depends on the level of the fine, I suppose. How awesome is TMRI? I am a big T fiend. I agree. Will I be casting ASI? I mean, we can co-stream it, I think. So perhaps yes. Anyway, we'll listen to you.
加强很多点吧。下场对战 IG 的话，因为虽然他们最近的状态不是很好，但是我们常规赛的时候也没赢过 IG 嘛，所以就要好好准备吧。然后希望通过这次机会就击败他们吧。对战 Rookie 选手的话，就他的风格的话就一直是就按照他上场的那种打法吧，就好好应对一下他就行。我想对 Rookie 选手说，我们下一场最后一场冒泡赛，就我们都好好打一下吧。 就我们会赢下来 IG 吧，然后去争夺最后一个世界赛名额吧，然后就希望我们都加油吧。
I'm late again, how's the first game? JDG played range advantage and poke very well. IG could never really get a good approach to team fights. Very controlled from JDG. Good approach to objectives. Oh, AFL, is that Aussie Football League? Aussie rules?
That looks like draft to me.
It does, Sam. It does, it does. I was actually completely zoned out, but that's all good. Into draft we do. We do? We do into draft.
We do. We do the draft too. In a West Country accent, I say as well. You know a big band away.
Oh, Jarvan, my love, band away.
Jarvan, my love, that's the one. Or Argalia also off table. I don't know why I'm going Suddenly Northern on this one. I'm going to Yorkshire.
Anyway, second draft. There we get a solid. Jarvan Gallia banned away. The Azir away from Rookie this time. It was banned away from Scout the last game. Of course, IG were on blue side game 1. Didn't affect things too much really by the end of it. IG, can they get themselves a composition which allows them to get in towards team fights later into the game without getting blasted in the early game? JDG were very coordinated in that last game, approached objectives very well, and I'm very happy to see that evolution from JDG. Kiana remains pretty much permaban here within the LPL. So JDG, think about the last ban. Wonder whether something like Poppy could be a big ban.
Yeah, against Wei particularly.
I feel like Poppy's been such a big pick here in LPL. It's the Wukong instead. does leave that Poppy available, again being a real power pick across both LCK and LPL.
Leaves Vi open for Wei if he wants it to kind of absolutely insta-lock the Annie. It's been a rookie specialty. They want that big setup piece from their mid laner.
With strong laning phase too. Now you think maybe Ryze for Scouts? It's been a pretty big pick for him. You can go something like that Victor, but with the Galio banned away, the Ryze is the pick, which is tanky enough to not get one shot by the Annie and still provide value in the early game.
I suppose you could also go towards the Victor. Scout has occasionally looked towards it, but the Ryze you called out and said that feels like a pretty solid matchup, brings its own CC.
900 LPL games this year ain't for nothing.
Exactly, and there you go. There was that thought process done well. Xin Zhao has fallen away just a little bit.
Yeah, it used to be first pick priority. It's been taking the edge off of things. We are getting, of course, some of our AD junglers kind of taken out the pool. No Galio, no Jarvan here, no Pantheon, no Trundle. You do still have the no Wukong either, of course, but you do have, you know, something like that Shinzo if you do want to play towards the AD fighter variant.
And there is still that kind of second tier lurking around of your AD carry type. And I say actually, in terms of this is a carry champion, you know, theory, it's your Zeds. Kiana, of course, has been banned, but there's that kind of lurking additional angle to take from the jungle once drafts get a little bit narrower. Fun hover here. It's been a top esports special, but we've seen it once or twice from IG as well, and they will lock in the Kalista and the Renata. We wanted some early agency from IG. They have got early agency.
I think as soon as you see the Rakan, you realize, look, they're not going to lock in a hook champion. It's quite a squishy Rakan. Renata does well into this champion. There aren't many things which can straight up win you bot lane now for JDG. Last game, they had the Nico Corki, very, very strong early lane, and we saw that work in the advantage of Pays and Draw quite well, actually, pulling out the map. They instead just now say, all right, we're not going to win lane, we're going to go towards the Ziggs instead. It is double AP. They need to find a way to combo up with this, though, which is a bit rough.
I'm going to say now in second phase of bans, I need to see a Kindred ban. If you want to get that AD carry, and this is Shun, I think at this point you consider that, because that would be some early power in terms of your red buff level 3 power from Kindred is very obnoxious, can set up around that bot side well. You don't want to give that really scary carry option to the master of it in the region.
I think the Vi is more important. Because the Vi sets up for the Ziggs.
True.
You need to get rid of that.
You know what? I see you. Yeah, Xin Zhao Vi angle.
JDG, yes, I think the Kindred is a worthy shout out, but I think you need the CC to make sure that the Ziggs can actually ever catch this Kalista. Otherwise, it is just going to be a done deal, really. You need to ban the Vi. What else do you ban outside of that is the question. Is there anything else? I mean, maybe the Ambessa is another ban.
That was the other angle as the follow-up, yeah.
You want to ban out things which you can point and click and CC people into the Ziggs combo, so it's no longer skill shots on the Ziggs, it is point and click onto the engaged target.
It's just follow-up on CC target. A 500 kilogram bomb. Ziggs is the super destroyer in low orbit.
Sir, enemies in that direction. Roger, removing that direction. Rek'Sai banned away from the Shy.
Interesting ban, yeah.
Well, he was awesome.
He was so good, yeah.
You know, maybe that means that Xiaoxi wants to go towards something like the Cassante on 4, because the Cassante can struggle into something like the Rek'Sai. You just permanently get wave cleared out. IG, I want to see them ban away the Vi here. I think it's too good for the enemy combo. Don't give them that one. I don't think that's an easy, good one to give over. Kindred instead, Shun can go towards that now and say, all right, I can be that point-and-click CC for the Ziggs. Maybe a bit difficult into the Renata, but still, for the Ziggs, it's so nice having that point-and-click CC.
Scion here, but that's going to give the Shy counterpick, and I think then you just go something like Vi and Renekton, and IG feel pretty good here.
Decent point. Scion locked in for Xiaoxi. What does the Shy want to go against that? You want to pick something which can survive Rune Prison and the bomb coming down on your head as well. Aatrox, if you get fed, can do that, but you do need to get fed. We saw 369 do this a little bit in Players where he went Thunder Sky, Sterak, Spirit Visage for ultimate healing from his ultimate as well, of course. It's good damage into the Scion. You must get a lead, though. If you are even or behind as the Aatrox, you are going to get blown up pretty quickly.
I hate to say this, Al, but I'm looking at a Kalista lane and an Aatrox lane. I feel like that's probably an obligation wherever you look on IG right now. And there's that Vi for Wei that has been a specialty of his for years at this point. By far his most competent champion, I would argue.
Well, Wei is the name of Vi in Chinese, in mainland Chinese. Anyway, he came up to prominence in that 2022 meta, really, when we had the Vi Viego meta, of course, one in 2021 as well. 22, that was where he really started to be special, I think. Shun, now thinking about his last pick, He's hovering, then a Fury locks it in.
Okay.
It's not been Shun's best pick, actually.
No.
And my worry for JDG now, you have a lot of upfront magic damage burst. Not great DPS. You have a bailout to stop the first kill coming in quite as easily. And a ton of turnaround damage from Annie, Aatrox, and the Renata ultimate helping people smack each other. Not that their auto attacks are that big, actually, for the Renata ultimate to do damage, but the CC itself might end up being very important. I personally think IG have walked away with a better draft this time. I think that they have enough ability to absorb the initial burst from JDG and turn it around. But last game, it didn't matter about draft really. JDG, well, it did to a certain extent, of course it did. But JDG controlled the objectives massively and never allowed IG a clean objective setup. IG cannot allow that to happen this game.
I will note, of course, that nameplates on Pays Ziggs put out an obscene amount of damage the last time we saw it. And we're saying, oh, maybe there'll be some DPS issues in this game. And then the more we saw it, the more we saw, hang on, Lucian gets blasted every fight. But this time they don't have quite as free a setup with it, even if they have got a few tools with Rakan and the Fury to potentially continue those threats. Rise again, not bad DPS, a little bit AP heavy, but it's into a squishy comp. Maybe that can deal with some of the concerns we both have, because I'm right there with you. I kind of like IG's draft here, assuming, of course, they can pilot in the early game, because again, nameplates on, IG with an early game draft. Can IG do early game, Alex?
That is the question. IG, if you're gonna fix your issues, it's gotta be sooner rather than later. On to the Rift for game 2. JDG, a great game 1 to get themselves a leg up. In NIP's Shenzhen Arena, they were felled earlier. Perhaps their spirit watch is over. These other world champions across the Rift. IG JDG, game 2 starts.
Those are some impassioned GIOs. There's some very vocal fans out there today. IG with the early spikes, JDG coming into power in the mid game, and then back over towards IG as the game gets later, and you can sort of see where that thought process is coming from. We both kind of had those conversations about, well, if we do get a bit later, what happens to the DPS check for JDG?
Especially if you get stuff like Spirit Visage for the Shy at some point, that could be really rough. I also think if IG get feats of strength this game, it is a huge issue for JDG, because you're going to get a lot of the chain-laced crushers, the upgraded Merc Treads, which give you that extra magic shield, and that's going to be hell for JDG. So, with that in mind, if IG do end up getting a better early game, JDG are going to have a really hard time fighting back from it. So JDG, they had a great early game last time, they must have it this game.
Also, fear for the value of bailout as the game goes on. If you throw in the Ziggs ult in your full combo and the person survives the burst and then gets to reset, you get a little nervous. Again, Aatrox with bailout, Kalista with bailout, hell, even a Vi with bailout aren't exactly the most fun for a burst comp.
No, not at all. Gala Maker. Controlling the wave right now. Of course, the Ziggs, level 1, not awful. Get some good poke in. Really nice there, actually. Loyalty program lands, though. He'll blown from draw.
Absolutely is, as they go, yeah, you've thrown some good poke there, but I can just walk at you and shoot you with my little pocket pistol and a big old swagger. There is very few champions with quite the early lane aura farm that a Renata has, strutting around with a little pistol going pew-pew.
I try to think who has more than that, but Renata's definitely up there in terms of the
Victor
swag.
still has his pimp walk.
Well, it's not the same. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Hang on a sec. That's a really good mini stun there from the handshake too. You know, I only just learned that the other day when it happened to be the first time. And Renata's been around for forever. I didn't actually realize that Renata can actually mini stun the person she drags the handshake person into. I don't know why that just never clocked me, because it's such a small stun. I was like, oh, it doesn't. I've just never noticed that before. I was today years old when I found it out. Jun getting invaded by Wei, the bot lane priority helping, mid lane also pushing, so this will be a good fight for Wei with lanes coming to help.
And he's got a stun, and she'd love to be a smooth criminal here. Bolt Breaker goes wide, but Wei with the smite secures the blue buff. Nice invade.
He's got himself the denting blows stacked up, hit it with the third hit for the extra damage, got the smite down. Good take away. We'll go back to his own. Yeah, I just realized that was a
ha. His gym supplements.
The whey protein. See how much they can lift.
Ooh, that was a nice combo. Satchel into the knockup timing. I like that a lot.
It was nice. JDG do get the flash out of Gala. That being said, don't get that much damage onto him, so he gets to stick in lane. Vi will be clearing through the bot side of the jungle. Going from buff to buff. Does Shun get double scuttle? Might be able to.
See what Wei decides he's happy to trade out. End up being the double scuttle, but hey, Shun has now been a known quantity, which is great news for Wei. We've had a lot of concerns and criticisms about IG and their lack of early priority, leading to lack of jungle tracking, leading to lack of early game leads and platforms for laners.
So Wei will give up double scuttle. Shun is going to see Wei go into his bot side jungle, knows that he could potentially steal Grom. JDG know this could be happening. There's a bailout for the dive. That is always a dangerous situation.
Fury and the Rise coming down, but they're not here right now. Pace flashing to find the space. Satchel's back the other way. Mako tanking up the turret. Wei looking for more damage onto Pace. The blows are there, and they flash on out. Garland may end up dying as a result of it. A scout is here. And Mako will likely be trading out the life of his Callista for the kill onto Pace. Mako with the handshake. Dark Daggers come on forwards. Flash from Shun ends up being the 2-for-1 as IG don't manage it quite quick enough, and Pace bouncing around buys enough time.
Messy dive from IG, so they lose the dive in a 1-for-2. Yes, they kill the Ziggs, but Ziggs has teleport. Gets back towards bot lane. Scout picks up a kill. Shun picks up a kill. JDG, we said they needed a good early game. This is a good start for them. IG, I just don't think they pulled off the dive quick enough. They just didn't quite commit hard enough early enough. I suppose. I mean, it could have been... I mean, the wave's under turret here. Misses the Q from Gala. I wonder whether that was a mistake too, actually, using the Q. So it's going to be on cooldown here. This with Pace here. Flashes away from a bit of things. Just a satchel. It's a mini stun there. Great distance bought by Pace, actually. He does die, but the amount of time he buys is insane.
Yeah, and the turret icon comes on down. We said, look, Scout and Shun are coming. It was pinged out by IG. They just weren't quite quick enough. Mako can't make the distance here. Shun does have to flash for it, so there is at least that additional summoner blown. They still do deny Pace a fair amount of the wave, but still, exactly the clean snowball that IG were looking for from that play, let's be real.
No, that's all. We have early objectives coming up now. With IG losing that dive, and losing a bit of the pressure they had in terms of 2v2, I do wonder whether they can go towards this with as much impunity. I think they'll still start it up. They will do, but I was a little worried that IG moving their bot lane around have less options to do so. Shun not walking over to contest though. Down a bit of XP. They lose, of course, the blue buff. And a bit of farming time. And getting taken lower.
Again, the trade has been a little bit of Wei's own individual advantage. Of course, Rookie up about 10 CS here as well from the early lane because of that roam bot from Scout. Worthy doing, of course, from the Rise. It's a bit messy. Cleanse on the handshake. Realm Warp coming on in to find a decent trade onto Mako, who goes down. Scout picks that one up. Nice play there from JDG on the extraction from the Dragon.
Mako, no flash. Goes down for the third kill of the game, and JDG rack up a bit more gold. IG do take the Dragon, which could be important later, especially if we're looking at soul scenarios later on. Soul scenarios, that sounds like an album name. Not exactly what kind, what genre. I think it might be a, I don't know, doom metal for IG if it goes against
or
them.
An R&B album.
True. Yeah, it is. Soul situation. Or a jazz album. I mean, it could also be a soul album too. Gala jumping forwards, up a level 5, stack up the lethal tempo. Shun does not have flash.
Oh, he needs to be really wary here. Does he have a call of the pack to involve the Rend? Oh no, he doesn't. Needs to buy time. He's in so much danger. Decent heal from the Darkened Daggers. Mako going quite deep jaw. Manages to buy enough space and Shun gets out. My days, that was close.
Okay, if you need to really learn about Callista early damage, there you go. There you go. The bailout giving you the extra attack speed and movement speed to chase down forever more spears. Very scary. Shun going to be denied another buff. Which does mean that the XP is a little bit low for Shun. Doesn't have that level 6 just yet. Wei getting a lot of farm alongside that assist. Going for the old Talon build. Long swords are the key. He has 3 of them in inventory. IG at least managing to bully around with the Callista, which he does get rolling.
They do. And again, Shun, I think, is very lucky to hit both of his Darkened Daggers there. He needed that healing, or I think he was dead. Gleaming Quill as well from Jewel was very clutch there.
Stun onto Scout. Scout's had a great early game too. And let's not glaze over that. Scout had a very poor year for us.
Yes, he did.
If he comes online just at the right moment though, maybe that's what JDG needed. Because I think a lot of the issues with JDG is one of Shun or Scout, realistically, having a bad game while the other one was having a good game, so it kind of nullified it, and it meant that JDG never had great synergy between jungle and mid. Draw, of course, in the support role also fell into that equation too. But Shun and Scav, they both peak at the same time. That is really what we want to see on paper from this roster. We wanted to see that the whole year. It's been not exactly that consistent. Grubs have now spawned level 6 from Wei. Shun has it too on the other side. Do IG feel like they can fight in the early game this time? Presumably with the Kalista Renata, you feel like you can.
Grubs started IG here with that Kalista Renata you noted. Pays on an angle here for a Mega Inferno Bomb, trying to poke out well, misses that bouncing bomb. Wei claims the first of the Grubs.
Pays over the wall, not threatened right now. Goof bomb onto Gala. Every bit of damage matters quite a lot. Ults only tagging Wei.
And now there's a stun onto the Rakan. Season to sit in the backside. The Rune Prison comes on down way low, but all the while they keep on flying. In goes the Haunting Dogs. Jordan needs to flash away, kill onto the rise, flashing forward. The Satchel Charge knocks him towards the retreating members. Xiaoshu comes on in, misses everyone with the Otters. Gala keeps on hopping, and this Sion gets bounced back by Wei. Decimating Smash is well sidestepped. Wei still alive. They get the kill on the Sion. Shun now trying to get some damage back as he'll well up. Pays flashing in, but he's on top of his own minefield. Wei is still doing a decent job and gets killed as Pays pops across. Shun's still alive, trying to get onto Gala. Double TP back in, they've respawned.
JDG, gotta give a firm handshake to Pays in the bot side, saving the team fight. That should have been a clean sweep for Invictus Gaming. Realm Warp trying to close the distance, trying to stop a recall. Can we find them? Yes, stops the recall from Mako. The Shy did not have teleport for that play. That's why he wasn't there. That should have been the play for Invictus Gaming, with the Kalista rolling through the enemy team. But Pays, flashing forwards on a Ziggs of all things, saves the early game for JDG.
Shun survived. Pays with the flash. I thought he was inting. Gets away with it. Ends up being, I think it's a 3 for 2 in favor of IG. It's worth noting.
That is the most aggressive Ziggs play I have ever seen in all my days. The ult's not fantastic here. Pays is zoned out for a lot of this fight, and it's a good engage from IG. Throw forwards the Kalista roll for the Renata, gets to go forward. Scout goes down very easily. But Pays comes through and realizes, I have to finish off this Kalista before they just kill the entire team. Xiaoshu misses. This is where things get really messy, because like, okay, there's a full lethal tempo stacked Kalista. This is a problem. This play coming up now from Pays saves the game. Flashing forwards over the wall, finishes off the Kalista, and ends up killing Wei afterwards too. Pays, ridiculous, potentially game-saving play.
Really clutched up, and then the double TP. Pays TP to get to there from this? That's where the second TP was from?
Teleported for the extra minute. I mean, was that an aura TP? I don't know, man. Sure, whatever.
You wanted that wave.
My dude, you can teleport wherever the hell you want after a fight like that. Dragon's alive now. IG will look for another early fight. Hopefully this one will be cleaner for them.
Worth noting, of course, the Shy, as you noted, wasn't there. So it was effectively a 4v5 from IG. And they do get a lot of gold onto the Shy as a result of it. They'll get the second Dragon as well. So, you know, for all it's a good play from JDG in some regards, it's not the abject win, despite the cool plays from Pays.
No way we gassing up Pays. Did you just see what he did? I mean, I think we have every right to. JDG. 2 grubs now. They have the Ziggs. And Scout loves to hit these side lane turrets. So they take a bit more damage there. There's the chance that Satchel killing it. IG moving in force them away from the tower.
Lucky there. The Shy trading on the other side well. There is Shun. And again, the Shy needs to be a bit careful here. Does have his ult. Flash, of course. So not that much threat. Despite Shun being around, but with Shun being around, it now means that IG can go, well, we can look at the other side here. Joy's going to get jumped on. The quickness comes on down. Gets a decent chunk there onto the Rakan.
Not sure about that one. Wei's ult now down. Takes some HP off of it, but doesn't feel that valuable. Because they don't lose anything for the attempt.
They get the quickness off it as well. So it's like, well, let's see what we can get off this.
I do think it's more important that you lose your Vi ultimate than the quickness on the whole. Because what does Vi do without ult in a comp like this, you know? Struggle a little bit, but still, yes, worth noting that. Of course, the Rakan, that quickness can set up for the Ziggs burst very nastily.
It does stop support being around for Rise. It does stop the Rakan resetting, which I think they were looking to with that little back off there anyway, to potentially keep Xiaoshu in a good spot, because he's having a tough time right now versus this Aatrox as well.
IG still have 2 dragons. They still have even gold lead. It's not a gold lead actually, but it's even in gold right now. The Shy's yet to really come into the play. 2 more waves until he gets himself that cold cashed in, and then we start to question, okay, what do the bigger fights look like? Scout, 2 kills in the Rise, using his realm look for both of them, actually, I believe.
Sion is ulting down towards the lane there. You can hear the big noise on this particular skin.
That's quite accurate. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, not that I have, great knowledge of, no, I do have. I mean, I can't remember all of the differences between the Sion skins. The Kled ones are easy because it's always the regardless of the skin. It's just a different, vibe on it.
There's the Count Cledula one, which got like the really gothic sound. That's quite entertaining. I do like that one.
It's very Dracula, isn't it? Rookie pushing out that top side. Scout will trade back onto him. Nico and Gala have that Blade of the Ruined King for the Callista. Powerful points for that AD carry. Herald up in a minute. JDG starting to push in waves, and this is what they did so well in game 1. JDG would approach an objective, get vision control, and invite IG into them. Not the best. This is something that the LPL has not been that great at this year. Realmot coming in, great combo onto Rookie.
Gets blasted. Nothing he can do, and IG just slow to defend.
Just don't see it coming. JDG, quick play from Dwarf and Scouts. Pays will teleport to mid lane to wave clear there too. He loves teleporting to catch waves apparently this game, and it's working well from them. JDG, quick plays off of the vision they set up. They are moving about the map so much better than IG right now.
Hang on. Oh, does get the interrupt, but missed the Q. Draw now coming on over. Doesn't have the quickness, but does have a flash of the heal. Seeks to assist coming on in. There's the grand entrance. Shun still available. Doesn't have the ability to come in with the Hound's Pursuit, but will it matter? Chunk on forwards with the Vault Breaker. That's 3 members being bought. Time is the Shy in the picture-in-picture. Keep Xiaoshu honest.
I don't think he expects to draw around the corner. Does keep his flash. Herald spawning now, so IG will get this. Of course, they did lose that tower beforehand. Feats of strength. Sam, the iconic Mike Punch happens. God, it's been a little while since we've had that one. I was wondering if it had gone. Herald's now going to go down to the side of IG, but JDG get themselves the feats of strength. Scout teleporting towards bot side, and I think the Shy might be deceased.
Does dodge the Essence Flux. Pays now coming though. Doesn't have a flash. Misses the minefield and the bomb. The Shy looking for the healing. Does get it. The Shy is dancing this one well. Does not miss the second bomb, and I think Pays should have this. Gets the second Darkened Dagger. Flash away from Pays. Needs a last auto. Infernal Chains. Oh! Satchel claims it. Pays dances the dance. Far too well.
Pays has been playing so well on the Ziggs. The early game of this little yordle with a bomb has been fantastic for JDG, saving them around the grubs, getting an extra kill here, being dynamic playmaker on the Ziggs. So often Ziggs is relegated to, oh, he'll just wave clear and combo up later. Pays is taking things into his own little hands here as the Ziggs, and I'm getting so much value.
And I'm going to have to start revising my opinion of when JDG drafts Ziggs, because Pays has made it work as a DPS threat multiple games now, and made it look very damn scary.
And look, this guy's been good on this Ziggs for a long time now. Not every AD carry is good at the mage bot lane or the Ziggs playstyle. Pays, coming off of a year with Genji last year, was damn good on a bunch of different characters. Of course, the Zeri and the Callista, you think of them first and foremost for him. But really, the Ziggs has been so much I've started to really respect from this guy. We said that, replacing Ruler is a very hard thing to do. Pays is in the weird spot of having to be compared to Ruler, and being compared to Ruler is like, okay, well, it's definitely a compliment to say, oh, you're being compared to him, but Ruler is Ruler, and it's very hard to outshine him. Pays has been fantastic when his teams needed him. Rookie potentially looking for the stun in mid lane. Chooses not to go that way, goes on to Xiaoshu instead.
Gala gets to hop on forwards. Dragon's Alive has to be Soul Point, and the Cloud Soul, no bad thing for the likes of IG. Aatrox in particular, one of the better abusers of that. Jewel does get out to safety. Doesn't quite get comboed there by the Vault Breaker.
Really important fight coming up. IG onto the objective first. Rookie on vision!
Oh, flash on top and does CC chain back, but gets blasted. No bailout. Fate's Call buys time for the Renata. Needs to go forward. They do jump onto the right. Who doesn't have flash anymore? Mako can't bail himself out. They blast Callista. As Ziggs gets some damage down, Waves flashing over the wall, and JDG are winning this fight.
JDG have so good team fighting instincts today. Blast Rookie. The mid laner looking to go back to Worlds for the first time since 2019, but I don't think he's helping himself. Rookie's playoffs run into the regionals has just not been good enough for Invictus Gaming. JDG are peaking at just the right time, and IG can't find the team first. This time they're even on the objective first. They lose the fight, they don't get the early dragons to get the earliest possible soul because they lose this third one, and JDG are now smooth sailing.
They didn't know there was a ward in there, and Rookie hatching it
Awesome.
gets punished.
Awesome from Scout. Trade stun for stun, but his teammates are closer. On the other side too, Aatrox just doesn't get enough done. Runs over the minefield trying to shut down the Ziggs, but the Shy is not at that point where he's world-ending well and truly now. And IG, it's tragic to see. It's tragic to see a team finish second in regular season. We thought perhaps they've ramped up. We won't curse them, but perhaps they could make it. Maybe that's curse enough. IG on the ropes here in game 2. No, the gold's not massively out of proportion. And yes, they do have a team which does very well later into the game, but JDG have got so much damage done early. You do wonder now, the Rise and the Ziggs getting big items for them, and IG really play towards their win conditions now.
Did worry a little bit about saying, look, IG drafting for early lane prio. Like, can they do it? Can they play a good early game? And it kind of all fell apart, you know. Early on, Rookie was up 10 TS, and then Scout runs around the map and comes up with all these plays. We see the teleports for turrets. We see JDG just cross-mapping better.
JDG, they've managed to find the source, find the chemistry. And how good must it feel as a JDG fan watching this after eating shit for the entire year, basically, folks. JDG have had some torrid times. Winter was pretty good. Spring was not, and summer was a little worse again, actually, in some people's eyes, myself included, really. Scout was looking very, very poor. Shun was on and off as well. It was basically Xiaoxiu against the world. Always struggling. Of course, they brought in Wink, and then they had to bring in Zhuo. JDG, none of the original members on their title roster. Scout alone on a sideline, but there are a lot of JDG members going topside.
And they kill Scout in time. It's a good chunk onto the right. Season 6 comes on forward. Shun buying time. Mega Inferno Bomb lands onto Gala. They do get a decent chunk, and the Fate's Call will buy time to murder Scout. Bailout is not enough to keep Gala alive, as Shun absolutely eviscerates him. Now Jaw coming on in with the grand entrance, gets a double knockoff. Hostile takeover was solid enough, but it's not enough to stop FaZe from unloading the payload. Bombing run complete.
In a year of fighting their demons, the one with the devil horns on the rift gets the better of the other team. Jing Dong Gaming smashed through the top side on a play that IG started themselves. The response is swift and brutal from JDG. They get a bunch of kills, 4 in total for just the one of their own. They'll get the Atakan, and IG, they flipped the script, went for an early game comp, and they're not winning with that either. Wei looks for the play onto Scout, but I don't think Invictus Gaming realized just how quickly JDG can respond.
Gala gets hit by the Mega Inferno Bomb, so he's at 2/3 HP. But what happens to his health bar? Because he gets bailed out, and he goes down really low. There's the bailout, and immediately loses on his HP again.
Just a tiny bit of window of time for the Rise to get a skill shot 2 in, and the Fury follows up. And then Xiaoxiu and Zhuo just dunk down on the backline. Kallista's gone, no DPS after that point in the position that the carries were in. And Invictus Gaming fans, I don't know how you're feeling right now, but I can have a pretty good guess. It's the opposite of that elation from JDG. IG, very much on the ropes.
Relief from the coaching staff there, feeling very pleased with that one. I'm going to point out as well, Shun 5-0-7 on this Neferi. Nearly at the Black Cleaver is an absolute terror right now.
Yeah. And folks, Invictus Gaming, down a crazy amount of gold for an early game composition. 2,000 gold almost in both mid and jungle. The Shy has not been able to get the damage done. And you know, folks, the more I look at this series and how it's going, Invictus Gaming, they end up losing this series. Yes, we might see them at ASI, but they wouldn't make it to Worlds. The amount of veterans, a very long career, perhaps this is the last we see of them in the LPL proper. You have to wonder, with people like Jackulov saying, you know, perhaps it's time for him to call it quits after this year with health issues and such a long career. Perhaps... knock up, here comes Wei.
Those looking at the backline, pays low, and then they blast him. The heal! He flashes away! Stays alive. Damage is still good, pays kept low. Mega Inferno Bomb! Chunks IG.
JDG saved their AD carry. Realm Warp coming through, and here comes Sion.
It's the Sion coming in. Rookie gets some stun, but it leaves, unfortunately, the Shy out to dry. Decimating Smash flashed out from the Hound's pursuit. Stays alive. Good kill on the Xiaoshu. Shun now in danger. He doesn't get the reset. Jaw goes too deep. Stun goes on to Gala. Flashing to get the reset. Does so. Goes down, but Pays is still alive. It's a 2 for 3 right now as Wei needs to back away. The zombie will go down. And he manages to satchel out, and Wei goes down to Scout's overload.
The satchel to cancel the Vault Breaker. The Vault stays intact and Pays with the piggy bank of JDG. Well, it's actually the one without the gold lead, but whatever. He's golden in my eyes. JDG, awesome defense of the Ziggs. Pays is really paying his paycheck here for himself. God, what a game this AD carry on the little mage has had. It's a good engage out of the brush from him. They get the knock-up, but the ult doesn't quite get onto him. The Mikhails helps there too, and a flash away, and the Ziggs gets out.
Flash, heal, Mikhails, Gleaming Quill, all enough and all required to keep him in one piece. It works, and then what happens to the Shy? I think his ult just runs out, and he tries to keep people honest here. And in fairness to the Shy, they all jump on him. While on the other side, Xiaoshu's kind of gone a bit deep, and I think you have to call it out. JDG, from the position they're in, end up giving a lot of shutdowns over to Gala.
They do. Gala really well played to try and get the damage down. Of the people making an impact in this game from IG, I think Gala's had the best angles for it. I don't think Rookie's had a great game. The Shy has struggled to close the distance too, and a great satchel there. Dropped at his feet. Wei getting outplayed, even on a champion, which is somewhat named after too. 7-5-2. Gala, he's trying his damn best. Gala versus Pays. Great matchup here in this game. The Kalista, though, getting towards the end of their power spike. This is where the Kalista is really at peak. Anything after this point, it feels like JDG can just blast the Kalista out of existence.
And see things like the Jack Show becoming increasingly valuable, or Wit's End into the double AP. There are some options here defensively which might be valuable for Gala to give him those extra few autos. That's kind of it as it stands. I need to see a little bit more out of the Shy as well. This Aatrox really hasn't yet to do much more than find some good trades in lane.
JDG, 4 turrets to 2. Clawed back 2 dragons after the early 2 from IG. Have the 2 grubs. Have the Atakan and the Pathal advantage, and control over vision across the rift. There is 1 good vision ward. Vision ward? 1, technically, yes. In the mid lane, quite deep from IG. That's about it. JDG have looked really good when they get vision control around objectives. This is something which I've criticized the LPL cohort as a whole for this year. When you compare LPL to LCK, LCK are so much better at setting up objectives. I think their jungle support is what leads to this, because I think the jungle support synergy has been better from LCK teams and the LPL teams across most of this year. Wade's playing for smoke and mirrors. Perhaps IG can slip the noose. Get out of that vision.
They're
control.
pinging him. They have an idea he's around here. Pays might end up finding him. Does so. Where is Wei? What is he doing? Wei! Why are you here? Oh no! They knew he was going over there, and he's now trapped a long, long way away. Shun's gonna 1v1 and misses the Vault Breaker. Reminder, Baron's alive and your jungler just gets caught. Now they're engaging in the mid lane. Jungler's not around though. That's actually a lot of your gold not here. The Nefiri's not around. Has
Gala?
Gala gets to pop around. You don't have so much of your gold. Pays is in danger as he's gonna go jumping onto him. They get the kill. Reset for Gala. Finally goes down, but you've killed so much of the damage. This could all be problematic. Finally gets the House Pursuit reset. Shot in the backside on top of Mako. That's the support going on down to the Shy. Is also gonna die. And IG try to play it out in the 4v4. They kill Pays, but finally Shun turns up and gets the triple.
Gala with an Atlas-like performance, but the Titan is brought to his knees. The Kalista can't do enough carrying, takes down the Ziggs and earns a lot of gold for himself. Wei was trying to get behind Vision to make sure that they'd have that crazy engage combo onto someone like the Ziggs for the Baron. He must have been spotted on his way into the enemy jungle though, and JDG closed him down. What happens? I mean, we don't actually see the setup for it. That's a shame. You know, I don't blame Wei for going for the play. I actually think it's the right decision to look for that gap in the vision to see what can happen. IG try and pounce while Shun is off killing the Vipe. He gives an opening to Gala to try and get the kill. Does a damn fine job of trying to make it work. The damage is done. JDG, their vision control sets them up for success.
Wonder whether this Kalista might be able to start doing that a little bit more regularly with a 2,000 gold lead. That will actually give you a lot more resist, and I fear that this Ziggs may start getting run down a little bit. You're going to have to do that time and time again. And that was without Shun being there, and he's kind of being the additional carry. He's 9-1 and 9, guys. That's why I was worried he wasn't there.
I do wonder how much more value Gala can actually have. Jump over, Shun flashing away. Has to. Season desist in the backside. The rest of IG coming on over. This is really too deep. Oh, Shun! Not like this! He's dead! He's dead. The Neferi goes down, and the Baron is alive. IG, they can go towards the Baron now. How much work can Pays do with the poke? There's no Vi ult now, but there is a flash Renata ult.
It's the JDG overstep. We see it so often. Two people go looking for something they think is free, and it's just not. Baron in the 4v5. The problem, we got Pays in the backline throwing up a lot of very scary bakery options way left low. He's got out of the back of the pit. We'll have to get back in, and let's be wary of the spikes over the back of the wall.
That's
actually.
the Ren
There is a Ren
set.
can go in to make sure this happens. Secure.
Very, very close. Went down to 200 HP. That's Rookie down. Gala is their only damage. How much can the Kalista do?
Quite a lot. Pays is in danger. Gets over the wall. Killed. That's a good massive Ren set. Damage going on to Scout. Who goes golden? There's still a bailout. Gala is hopping. He's a body rabbit and Aurora. Wishes she had this many spears. Gala is him.
Gala with a 9,000 damage team fight, carrying IG. It is all on the back of the AD carry from Invictus Gaming, who is not ready to say bye to this year. They'll go towards that mid lane turret using the Baron buff. Gala jumping forwards again because, God, he's not going to stop doing that this game. Gala with such a Herculean effort.
It all starts with that man on screen as well. Shun, you can't overstep like that. It isn't as free. You can't get complacent, and it's the complacency. They go over the wall and regret it.
It's been Wei typically the one that's been jumping into enemy vision. This is one of the first times where it's actually JDG doing that. It means that Shun is not there for the extra damage onto the Kalista. I think if the Neferi is dead, JDG are struggling to get the extra damage onto the Kalista, and Gala, as you were saying, gets that Jack show. This is proper late-game Kalista now, not often viewed as a late-game champion historically, but ever since the changes to a late-game hop movement speed have happened, she is so deadly with the extra beefy stats to jump forwards with impunity. Yes, you kill the Annie, but Xiaoshu doesn't have the disruption this time to kill this Kalista. Gala flashes over the knockup, excuse me, and does the damage needed to carry the team.
So many spears, so many Rens. Oh, beautiful. We just shy of GA, and how on earth do you ever kill this Kalista? Daney screaming his heart out. Can't blame him.
After the first game and a half of the series, you'd be imagining they're in despair, hoping for a miracle. That, folks, is an LPL gold graph if you've ever seen one. IG into a slim gold lead. They have soul points now, not the soul just yet. 11 kills on Gala. Has a GA. Full build for the Kalista. It was a one-shot. Can he carry this team? He was the only member relevant for so much of this game. Can he do enough?
Learning as well. The Aatrox just picked up a third item as well. Now up 1,000 gold themselves. There's an additional threat.
17. Jumps forward in step rush. We'll find out. Scout. JDG. They have lost the vision control now. God, will it all come off of one misstep from Shun? He had such a great game on the Neferi before that, but single moments, they can just domino into so much more. Blink of an eye.
You kind of noted that. Look, actually, if IG do get super late, maybe you do run into the issue of your DPS check becoming a problem. And it started to get to that point. You've got Bailout and GA to get through on a Kalista. The Aatrox is now in a much better position than they were 5 minutes ago. I get a little nervous, Al.
3 minutes till that dragon. Can JDG do much during that time? The Baron will fall off in that moment. Of course, has fallen off now. Can JDG push out? Maybe get a free pick with the Realm Warp as IG, like this, want to get resets. Oh, Gala's left alone. This is a problem.
Oh, no, not like this. And he's TPing in. The hostile takeover is solid, though. Gala gets knocked up by the decimated smash. Mako now in danger. Looking at the reset for Shun. Gala keeps hopping. He's still got a bailout. The Shy is now here. Bailout's coming down. Sky's got golden. Can't get the kill. GA pop. Smash forwards from Rookie. Trying to get the kill for Scout. He stays alive. Gala is dead. Wei now trying to get over the wall. Looking to get towards Scout with the cease and desist. Mako down low. Jewel also in danger. The Shy in a 1v3 is allowed to go low. Scout will go down and does die. It's a 1 for 2 right now, you would imagine. But wait, Mako actually survived. The Shy in danger as Shun's looking at him with his own GA. The Darkin Dagger Bird managed to immune that Q with that call of the pack.
Goes down. Here comes Wei. Ulting in. The extra damage Pays. Caught out.
And they do manage to murder Rookie as well. So at least they get a couple back, but it's a messy fight. What is that? A 3 for 3 actually in the end. So JDG find the pick onto Gala, but getting him through the GA and the bailout takes so much time that IG take a heavy toll. Gala loses the GA. That is a big win. This is also a fight where Gala didn't have flash. Important to note that. He'll have that for the next fight. Yeah, I think he basically just says, look, I could just sell my GA and get something else, but I think he actually wants to wait out the cooldown because he thinks the game will last longer than 5 minutes. We were just saying as it happened, they're looking for a free pick with that Realm Warp. We've seen this a couple of times recently where teams have, I mean, we've even saw it in the Weibo series, even from JDG. These mismatched recalls can be so easily punished by the Rise. What a performance from Gala. He buys so much time, does a ton of damage. Rookie ends up getting a bunch of damage back onto Scout, splits the team, and luckily, after this point, IG have enough damage to make it work without the Kalista for just one fight, one half of it. Just enough. That Overload was just shy from picking up Mako. The fact he survives is a big deal. We'll do a lot to make it happen. Dragon's in 40 seconds. We have to set our eyes on that one. That will be sold for IG. JDG have the vision control now. We did say, well, can they get that after the Baron buff from IG? Yes, that last fight gave them the space and time to put down some wards. We have 4 items on Pays. As the Zonya's important, that'll help him against the Vi ultimate. Wait, could potentially go in. Gala just reset and did sell the GA. He's got Immortal Shield though. Okay, he really wants that short-term value. It means he won't have the GA if this game goes beyond it, but God, every fight feels like it could be the last now. Poke from Pays, very deadly. In the river, looking for some value. Knock up onto the Shy. Not that big a deal right now. The Mega Inferno Bomb well wide. Well wide. Here comes Way onto the Neferi. Way going low. He's got a Gia to work with. Join to the backside. But the damage on the Pace. He's had to go golden. He's trapped out. The hostile taker. Force the flash. Gala. Fates call. They get the Ziggs. Pace can't bounce anymore. Shun into his own GA. Gala still alive. The Immortal Shield Bow value is good. Xiaoshu trying to get a hold of Gala. But he's red setting. Down goes the Neferi. Doggo brought to heal. They do kill the Gala, but it's just too little. It's far too late. The zombie is called an IG ace. JDG. Invictus Gaming do not say die. They fight till the end, and JDG, despite the great early start, will not be able to take the 2-0 lead. Invictus Gaming get themselves on the board and will be at 1-for-1. It's in the most Invictus Gaming way possible. It's directed by Michael Bay. Welcome to the IMAX in the LPL. There's still a couple more sequels to go. We even up the series. 1, 2, 1. Gala, the hero of Invictus Gaming. Not here at the Nexus Fall. It will go down. Couple of extra kills going over. JDG, a great early game, but could not contain the Prince of Pentas. Didn't have that accolade in this game, but Gala, oh Gala, what a game from him. Invictus Gaming better be paying your respects to that AD carry. Gala doing his very best impression. Hercules, Atlas, all those mythological figures. Gala in the Pantheon here. If he doesn't get MVP for this game, with all of the votes, all of the votes, you can call me Sally. And that Pedro? Yeah, slap me and call me Sally was the thing he said for event. Everyone starts calling him Sally. JDG, I mean, it's heartbreak for them in that game too. This should have realistically been a 2-0. Very easily. Yeah. Shun overstepping around that topside jungle led to the domino of effects which went on and on. This was overall actually a very good game in a lot of places from JDG. I think they set up the map when they had the space to very, very well. One mistake makes it come down, and IG, maybe this is the confidence game they need. And on the other side, oh, JDG, it happens again. It's another great lead in a game too, and they fumble it. And this time they can't recover it like they did just yesterday. And you got to feel for Pays. Like, that Ziggs was doing absolutely everything they could. Some of those plays were remarkable early. Holy moly. Well, folks, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a quick break. We need to rest the damn voices after that one absolute banger.
Sam's gonna have to dip out for just the next game, folks. That's a game to cast in. Sam, what are you casting? Game Changers, is it? Yeah, Sam's casting Game Changers over that, so wish Sam luck on that. I'll be solo casting the next game, and if it's anything like that one, oh god, I'm going to need the help. Do we get Rookie versus Faker, best of 5 at World? God, I need that in my life, folks. Well, MVP couldn't be anyone else, could it? Just got myself another coffee. Sat down, ready for our next game of the series. Not sure I like the new MVP track there. I really like the other one they had, the first one they had. Talk about medical sound. Please, IG, I need that first ever rookie versus faker bestified. Alex, do we need ads? No, we've done that. We have pre-roll off for the next 55, so we're good. Yo, how can T1 lose to these LPL guys? Doesn't happen for level... Well, they lose at MSI to LPL all the time. Lost in 22 finals. Lost in 23, didn't make finals. 24, they lost to BLG. Didn't make it to first stand. Worlds, of course, is the big thing. T1 at Worlds is the big thing, but you need to actually have the right context there. LPL does beat T1, just not at Worlds. They do it at MSI instead.
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。今晚碾压局。 你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，
开一局吗？
开就开。
월드 때마다 집에 보내드렸던 것 같은데 이번에도 하나 없을 것 같습니다. 최선을 다해 플레이하는 것 같아요.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
여기는 LCK가 아니고 월즈이고 월즈는 T1에게 적합한 무대라고 생각합니다.
5번째 우승은 여러분을 위한 것입니다.
미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
Get hydrated, I shall do. Fun facts? Let me have a think about that. Petition to add a meow reward. Fun fact, let me think. Fun fact, did you know there was an IG2 team, which was a collaboration between Invictus Gaming and G2 in Dota 2? So there was a half Invictus Gaming, half G2 logo created for that. It's very cool.
今天输掉比赛很可惜的点，感觉主要在前期没有做好吧，然后我们的英雄选择感觉，可能优先级也没有对面离得好，我觉得。京东的话，我感觉他们是一支围绕 AD 选手和中单选手去打的队伍吧。然后，对战他们的话，多注意一下他们的 英雄选择吧，然后还有他们前期帮助双 C 建立优势。JDG 的下路组合，风格还是比较多样的吧，有的时候也会选出一些打线强的，或者说，有的时候也会选出一些打团的阵容。就具体的话，应该是看他们，队内的需求吧。因为下一场比赛也是最后一个名额嘛，然后也关乎着一整年的努力嘛，所以，还是一定要就是必须要赢下来的。
Good morning, just finished watching Game 2, Series of Banger. It's a ridiculous series already with that Game 2. I do hope it delivers. My Ori chair's starting to show its age now. There's like bits of fabric, not fabric, but like bits of the armrest are starting to break off, and these are the older Secret Labs ones, so they don't have the replaceable armrests. Oh, that sucks. Well, might need to get a new one at some point then. That'll be a lot of money. I was about to say a lot of gold. Duct tape? No, duct tape looks so ass on chairs, and then that starts to wear through and looks even worse. I could do a fun fact. Jesus. Yeah, there's a lot of routes to that Dark World. Obviously, all of them bad. Yeah, I mean, basically the whole House of Cards, which was built up for that, depended on seeing people as lesser, right? Which is a very dangerous thing. If you start believing that someone's lesser, then it allows a lot of evils to slip through the cracks. Yes, it did hold up a lot of bad parts of society, though. Nymaera, do you want to know a fun fact? Sure, hit me with it. Let's get into draft for game 3, though. Let's see where the fun takes us there. Poppy, I was thinking that would be banned more, you know. I suppose now we're getting later into the draft. What are the champions we see start to come through at this point? Well, there's no Rakan for Xayah, but Xayah's still quite powerful for both these AD carries. Starting to see potential of something like Zeri. Inara, of course, permanently banned. In terms of mid laners, we're thinking Galio. It's quite big. That was banned away last game. Actually, Jarvan being let through the cracks right now. So we have Jarvan and Galio available. I presume JDG needs to take one of them. You take the Jarvan first pick. Shun's a good Jarvan. Was very, very good on it versus Weibo. Kiana. Okay, all right. Kiana was left open as well. Do you give up, though? Jarvan, Galio on the other side. No, Gala's Kai'Sa. Oh my god, we're playing League of Legends now. We're cooking on gas. Jarvan, Kai'Sa. That is a nasty combo to give over. Jarvan easily locked in. Could have locked it on 3. Choosing to lock it on 2 here. And Gala locks in his best AD carry. He is the Kai'Sa. Gala hasn't got the skin on it, but has the reputation. Has the respect. JDG, what do they go towards now? I don't like the Jarvan into the Galio and the Kai'Sa at all. I don't like it at all. Don't lock that in. The Galio, I think you need to take it away, and they do. Xiaoxi locks in Renekton, one of his best champions of all time. What does the Shy do now? Perhaps something like Cassante could work. A lot of champions you can survive. Lots of melees you can bully around. Yeah, I think Cassante is quite good here on 3 for the Shy, actually. I think you'll get it banned otherwise. Not great in laning phase versus the Renekton. Great in the team fights, though. What does he think? Oh my god, that's different! That's different indeed! Rookie pulls out, likely the Swain hit. He played it once or twice this year. It's seen a little bit of play. Rookie playing it again, and you know what? I love it. There's 3 melees. Swain gets to stand there, building up something like the Rylai's, slowing them, buying space for the Kai'Sa. I love this. If Jarvan goes forwards, you can follow up with the Vision of Empire. That is nice. JDG need to have something which can cut through the Swain now as an AD carry. What do you do there from Pays? No Misfortune for the Wombo follow-up. What does Pays go towards? JDG umming and ahhing about there. Some bans now. Yeah, the Cassante taken away. No surprise there. Would have been very good versus the triple melee top side of JDG. Potentially one coming in from draw as well. Or might have to go towards something like Nautilus, you know. Well, I mean, it'll be Nautilus on 4 for IG, I think, if JDG don't ban it. Yeah, that's a point. I think JDG might have to ban the Nautilus or see it go through on 4. Or do they care about it? No, okay, maybe do you give the Kai'Sa Nautilus over? Dangerous. Kiana can't escape that ultimate. The Lucian for lane dominance taken away. Maybe Pose and Draw go towards something like an Ezreal Karma then at that point. Hope that the Ezreal can do enough work versus the Kai'Sa. Questions. Could ban the Nautilus, just do away with one of the bigger engaged champions. Then I suppose Rel might come in from Mako, and that'd still be very dangerous. Nah, banned away from the Shy. Thinking that's one of the matchups he can survive the Renekton on. Shouty's Renekton's so good. So the Shy, what's he left with? Does he go Jax? Does he go Gwen? Well, it's not Gwen's Renekton at all. You can't go that, really. Do you let the Nautilus go through? Are you happy taking the Rel into it? Would you rather take a top laner right now? I don't know. If you get caught, you die. They lock it in. Hoping that the Swain will be enough frontline. The Jace for the Shy. Good lane matchup versus Xiaoxu. Not willing to give a losing lane to the Shy. Want him to have a good matchup. Now, JDG. Now I think they can go towards something like the Nautilus. Dunk the ultimate onto the Kai'Sa or the Jace. See what happens. That'd be different. That'd be very, very different. I'm seeing this one a lot. The Tristana locked in, and I like that. Buster shot the Kai'Sa or the Jarvan out of the fight. And the Swain too. Yes, you've got a lot of low range, but if you can punt someone out of the fight, maybe that makes a difference. What to pair up with it, though? Leona gives you some longer range engage, which you don't have to throw your body into the play for. And Draw goes for it. Long-time player of the Leona. No surprise there, everyone is, really. Swain might be flexed. I don't think at this point it will be. You don't want to play the Swain into the Renekton. Very dangerous matchup. You can go for the Nautilus, can go for the Rel. Pick of the litter here for Mako. The Rel a little bit more defensive. Can hop backwards defensively a little more. Between this and the Nautilus, you have to imagine. It's the Rel. Mako going towards that. So JDG, I think the top side is in danger. Quad melee comp into Swain, Jarvan, Rel. That is nasty. Do IG have the tank stats, though, to buy time? My worry is, if it's way caught out first, he dies. And IG are behind on the play. That's my worry. Are IG tanky enough to deal with Shun, Kiana? It's Xiaoxu, Renekton in low range as well. This is going to be a meat grinder, folks. This is going to be a meat grinder. IG do have some poke. Swain W can add into that, but the Jace and the Kai'Sa are the main parts of it. The early game once again in question here, though. The Renekton into the Jace. Kiana looking for big plays early too, potentially. Let's get ourselves into it. Our last series of LPL for the year. Let's see why this Kiana is always banned. Couldn't agree with you more. Game 3, IG JDG, all square here. Where are the Gyos?
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
The Shy picking the Jace, very risky, you know. I do wonder whether they should have picked Cassante on 3, locked in the Swain on 4, because I don't think the Swain was likely to be banned. Still, Shy goes towards the Jace. Hopes he can get the most of it. Going for the Conqueror, not going towards the Grasp, worth noting. Triple Conqueror for IG. Shun on the Kiana. Shun made a big misstep on the Neferi last game. He was doing so well up until that point. Hopefully, Shun can have a little bit of a better late game this time. Avoiding those missteps. Will be spotted on his blue buff. Ward down onto him early. Wei not scouted out at all. JDG couldn't walk up to put any wards down. We were afraid, I suppose, of maybe an E start by Swain leading to some flashes blown. Swain is going to have a nasty, nasty matchup into the Galio. The Galio really hates playing against the Swain. You'd finish off the minions there. Gala starting to pack... the problem is the explosive shot was used onto the Rel and not onto the Kai'Sa. Passive popped onto Pays. Lethal tempo on both of them. Gala's Kai'Sa using Jaculov's skin, using the Invictus Gaming skin. Jaculov made it over them, of course, in the series 2 days ago on Top Esports. IG looking to join their old brethren of Jaculov at Worlds, JDG. I suppose they're looking to join their rivals of BLG. Shin looking to join his old teammates of BLG there too. Wei still not spotted, going for a full bot side clear in the early gank. Bot side, has he been spotted? I don't know. They're going to go forwards with the flash. Knockup lands. Level 2 from Pays, though. The rocket jump used to bring him to safety. But look at the wave. The wave is disgusting. Great early gank from Wei. Shun is going from top side to bot side. He doesn't cross the river to go invade onto the enemy side of the map. Was there a Raptor Seal? No. So Shun not able to get that much done there. Big win for Invictus Gaming. No summoners on Pays, the wave in an awful spot, but they stop the recall. There's no cleanse. That's a huge play. The blast, the explosive shot onto Gala. The barrier. Is it enough? There is no barrier. The shield used there. Trying to break the freeze. So important. If they didn't get that cancel, that would have been doom for bot lane. Now Shun is here. Has the flash. Oh, there was a barrier. I was like, wow, so much HP came through. Of course, it was the heal from Mako. They had the cleanse earlier. Got a little bit confuzzled there. W used to stop the recall from Pays now. You can see how much they're fighting over this bot lane reset. Gala gets himself the reset in what should have been such a clean win for IG. Now turned back on its head. Great recovery from Draw and Pays. Getting the explosive shots. Explosive charge onto Gala. Can Mako hold any of this wave outside of the turret? Yes, a little bit. Not the cannon. Okay, so not really, actually. Uses the cannon. This is still going to freeze, though. You need 4 minions for a freeze. Pays goes back. What does he buy? Gets himself a Cult. Cult to Longsword, actually quite in the Cult's favor because it gives you the extra sustain over laning phase, despite the all-ins being better for the Longsword. Hit the level 2. Mako flashing, getting the knockup. Flag drag landing. Great flash from Pays, though. Not quite CC'd into the knockup of the flag and drag. The damage came through, of course, but not the knockup. Holy moly. Not happy there, actually. Thought it could be the full kill. That game could have just all turned on that bot lane play. IG, the early game has been a concern. Their late game clutch factor, less so. I think if the game is determined by early games, likely JDG come out the better of it. If it goes determined by late games, perhaps IG will instead. This is not completely cut and dry. Never as simple as that. Cannon is secured by the Shy there. We're trying to deny him that on top side. Lane swaps coming about. Kai'Sa left alone versus the Renekton. Not bad for the Kai'Sa, actually. All lady carries versus the Renekton do quite well. Unless the Renekton does manage to get that E Empower W. That's the Zenith Blade landing, but a great return combo from Mako. Great damage onto Pays, who does get the knockup coming through. Vision of Empire does tag for the slow, and Pays has no flash. Rookie, the second jungler. The Vision of Empire and perhaps a Vision of Worlds. The Shy trying to get the extra kill here. The Conqueror giving an extra little bit of healing. Does he have the extra Zenith Blade? The Shy getting very, very low. The minions! Shy goes down because he doesn't track the goddamn blue little guys in hoods. The Shy goes down. There was an easy kill over. The kill going to draw, I believe, and amongst all of that, a huge mistake by the Shy. He was out safe. Oh, the Shy, but Rookie. You can see now a couple of times where the Swain gets that long-range W just by dipping out of lane and getting value. Recall will be stopped onto Mako by the Winds of War. Dragon secured by JDG. This has been a knife fight of an early game. Shun gets himself that early dragon. Oh, God, the Shy. You've done all the hard work, my son. Double stun. Well, not double stun, but the double knockup from Mako saves the life here, hanging out of Fog of War. Vision of Empire. That's semi-global. So important. You know, there was a point where Swain support would max W second just because it gave you so much base damage and range on it. The Shy goes into the brush. And then he's minion aggro with the auto attack. The Shy, no! Oh, God. Oh, it was so easy from just that one beautiful moment. Gives the kill over to draw. Assist over to Pays. JDG. Get a freebie there. Good for them. Gives them a little bit more gold to play with. Cole's still stacking up on Pays as well. Pays. He has been playing remarkably well. The Ziggs game, last game, overshadowed by Gala. God, he was good on that for so much of that game too. Game 1. Similarly, very impressive. On the young AD carry, he's still young. This guy's only in his second year of pro play. What a career he could have ahead of him. Hayes is one of those players you imagine could grow into be a world champion. Honestly, he could have been that last year with Gen G. Didn't work out that way. Failed against T1 in the semi-finals of 2024. JDG didn't even make Worlds 24. Knocked out by Weibo in the last round. And then nasty series. Shy. Shao shoot trading again. Conqueror used by the Shy. Good knockback from that hammer blow. Maxing that W second, not the E. Sometimes you do because the percent HP is really nice in a lot of these melee matchups. Good trade there by Xiaoxu, one of the best Renekton players in the world. Perhaps the best. Very, very proficient in it. Hang on, Xiaoxu has flash. The Shy doesn't! That could be a problem. Does he have the second E? If he can get in range for the W, that's a big problem. Uses the E after the hammer, the hammer flow. And Xiaoxu gets himself the solo kill. We just talked up his Renekton. God, he makes an impact. Way out of vision. Does he get the dunk on there? Shun has a chance for a big ultimate. We haven't seen Swain come into the play just yet. Flash for the knockup. Shun can get out of there. Stun missing. Mako might get taunted here. Scout going into the middle of things, but here comes the Swain. Great damage from the Supreme talent. Gala enters the play. Galio trying to disengage. Gala has flash, but is it enough? First kill onto the Kiana. Gala starts to get rolling. 2 kills now as Rookie holds the fort shut, and the door is closed for JDG. Solo kill for JDG on the bot side of the map. Sets them up for success, but IG win in the skirmish on top side. Gala gets himself his first assist. Way with 2 kills on the Jarvan. Using the Fnatic skin. They qualified for Worlds just yesterday. Perhaps following in their footsteps. The Shy gets shown exactly why Xiaoxu is so well respected on this pick. Conqueror stacking up that Dominus, giving you that extra rage is so nasty. Red Empower Q at the end, and the Shy's down so much HP. Then the Shy tries to clear up a little bit of farm. I love how Xiaoxu does this. Flash for the W, he still has the E from the first part on the wave to allow him to re-engage after the hammer blow swings him out of range. Then right here, draw misses the Zenith Blade. You thought, God, into the river here, Kiana first level, surely that's a big problem. Flash for the knockup. Shun escapes quite a lot here. Thinking that Scout would be the big difference maker here, but the E from the Swain, I missed that in the play. The Swain E, that changes everything, allows Gala into the play. Shun no flash after that point. Gets dunked on. Fight to the top side. Oh, Xiaoxu, he is going to town. The Shy, the Jace has not been working. The Arcane Survivor, not really an apt name for this skin. The Shy, 2 solo kills against him. Xiaoxu is bodying this top lane goat for IG. Xiaoshu's Renekton, one of the best in the world, and he's showcasing exactly what happens when you're given that slim advantage. The Shy, it was risky picking the Jace, and we see exactly why here. Oh god, the Shy, the rest of your team's doing really well. Surely you don't become the weak point that's exploited for JDG to get back into it. Surely not. JDG on the other side, I think they see gold. Xiaoshu coming in to replace Arlet. Look at that wave freeze. Teleport in to try and break the freeze, but you have to send someone else up there. Bold, risky, unnecessary from the Shy. Goes down for a solo kill. Just doesn't respect the damage of the Renekton, and Xiaoshu absolutely knows his damage numbers. And the wave is just not getting any better. The Shy not helping himself there, down 500 gold. So we have ourselves a bit of an arms race. Xiaoshu ahead of the game. Shun has himself the Profane Hydra now. The Shy is not going to be relevant for quite some time. Largely, that's by his own mistakes here. Couldn't drop that little bit of farm on that first wave. It's led into this domino effect. Draw on the top side of the map now. This could be a dive. The Shy does have flash, but Draw, if he gets that Q onto him, that could be a problem. One last minion left on this side. Wei taking the dragon. They are not there protecting their Jace, though. This is likely a fourth death for the Shy. He has the flash. He's going on the turret. I just don't think it's going to be enough. This will be a dead Jace. What are they trading for it? IG wants to get towards this bot side turret. The Shy knows the jig is up. How much can he get in terms of wave clip? It's a little bit down. Does he clear the full wave? Yes, he does. Actually, not bad from the Shy. Stops the tower being forfeit afterwards. Mid lane, less lucky though. Teleport in from Scout gives them 2 plates there. Bot side, how much do they get here? Gala hitting this with 3 grubs definitely helps. The Shy dies, but it's not as bad as it could have been, because at least Xiaoshu doesn't get any plates on that top side for now. Mako treading stun for stun. There's not that many people coming to help him. Is Rookie enough? Mako flashing away from the Zenith Blade. Sorry, Mako flashing away from that. Did I say that right? Lose the summoner, but not his life. Xiaoshu now on that top side. Is anyone going to stop that Renekton hitting the top tower? I'm not sure. IG, I don't know. I feel like they're a little slower to the lanes. JDG moving around the map quite effectively. Will lose the first turret, though. And the feats of strength with it. IG get feats of strength and a lot of gold nucleated onto the Kai'Sa. What's happening with the Jace? This Jace is utterly homeless. Where's the Shy to go? IG, they've seen their top laner lose a couple of bad solo kills, but you need to bail him out. This is the problem with Jace. When Jace falls behind, someone has to pick up the pieces for him, and they're not exactly doing it for him. 3 plays over towards Xiaoshu. The Shy now down over 1,000 gold, and Xiaoshu, one of the best players of Renekton in the world, could have found a winning angle in a very dire scenario for JDG. Xiaoshu, a player which I'm sure many people who are watching the LPL at this point in the year, but not before it, don't know that well. Xiaoshu was kind of kicking it around on some mid to lower tier table teams, but he individually impressed. He was on Rare Atom, a team which has now left the LPL. He went to RNG before they got dumped out of the LPL earlier this year. But Xiaoshu is a player which I've had my eyes on for years. We were wondering whether he would meet the same fate as many of these promising mid to lower tier table players who we think could do better. But when they make it to that top team, they don't really deliver on those promises. Xiaoshu absolutely has. Replacing Arla, one of the more respected top laners individually. Oh, the Shy, he has flash. I think he might just die again. There's a supreme display of talent. And the Shy, it's a supreme display of int from him, flashes away, and perhaps we judge too soon. The Shy, proving he just knows a little better. 0 and 4, but you don't kill him 5 times in a row for free. Great survive there. Getting that ultimate out of Shun. 3 grubs from IG. Do they drop the standard down for the extra attack speed? I think they could do. They're just threatening the flag and drag for more damage, though. Good survive there from the Shy. Clears out another wave. He's going to be losing another wave, potentially. Does he teleport up to it? I suppose he does. Does he want to keep it? He keeps it. The Shy going bot side now. Still down a hilarious amount of gold. Swain at first item realized. That is huge. For those of you who have not seen much of Swain in pro play, he is the meat grinder champion. If you are melee range and you get stuck near a Swain, he keeps you in melee range until the fight is won or lost. Swain is so good at keeping you in melee range and punishing you for it, you must have a strong entry into the fight. Perhaps a buster shot can change the fortunes of JDG, punt Swain out of the play. But if Rookie gets a good angle, this is a very difficult game for JDG. Swain is so powerful in these multi-melee scenarios, and there are 4 of them on JDG. Gala, flash, cleanse, ult. About to cash in a cull. Ace has done on the other side. Herald started. Now, one of the bonuses of starting a Herald as Renekton, if you do so, is he can charge up his rage by hitting the Herald. Renekton likes to be coming off of a wave immediately into a fight, or a jungle camp, or the actual objective itself, because he needs to be auto-attacking to build up rage. Renekton with full wave rage is about double the champion, one without it is. See what Rookie goes towards after. Knock away by the Shy. On to Scout. Good damage back from Scout. He's gone for a higher AP build. No tank Galio here. Protobelt, Oblivion Orb for the anti-heal. That's important. We'll cut down some of that value from Swain. Nice bit of damage from the tap Q. This Vision of Empire. Rookie's been doing quite well at hitting them, actually. Of course, gives you some extra stacks, which gives you that HP. The more E's, W's that Rookie hits, the better it gets for him in terms of that stacking HP mechanic. That ward has been spotted. They know they're on Vision. Xiaoxu, how much can you do? My son has himself a Dominus, level 12. Herald taken. Wait, he might just flag drag over the wall. They take the objective. They're out safely. The Shy doesn't have a flash, and he might go down. Jumps in. Dro follows him. The redemption's not enough. The Shy goes down for his 5th death of the game. As JDG, now they can go towards the Dragon on the bot side of the map. Haze is quite low. Would IG want to contest with that? The Herald summon in mid lane. They have 3 grubs. If JDG stick too heavily to the Dragon, they might lose their mid lane turret. Paze is low enough HP that I don't think JDG can defend mid lane turret. That's it. Mid lane turret gone. IG give up the Dragon. Say, all right, the Shy, you are very much the decoy this game. Let's see what else happens. Draw, trying to... what is Xiaoxu doing? There's a teleport coming up here. He's in a brush. Gala has himself the ultimate, has flash. Scout, how much work can he do? Scout gets onto his old lady carry from LNG. Gala, the king of Kai'Sa, deposed. Pace jumping over the wall. And IG, they've been a little bit caught unawares. Xiaoxu and Scout. Great combo between the two of them. Scout, awesome teleport angle. Rookie now alone in top side. Herald was used to charge into top lane. Rookie, we'll see Xiaoxu coming behind him now. The 3 grubs helping. Is anyone else coming up here? The Galio is. Let's see if anyone comes to help them. The Swain pretty damn good. They're playing around these melees. Doesn't engage the top jungle. Not a great flash away. Tried to get that quick knock up onto him. Can he get the dunk onto anyone? Draw no flash. That should be a dead Leona, and indeed it will be. I don't know if they need the Cataclysm. No, they won't. Dead Leona. IG, keep themselves up there. Scout now coming around the backside. Remember, it's not that tanky. Should. Has it onto it. Where's the Sublime Despair talent? It's only onto one, but it's onto the Shy. Of course, it's onto the Shy. 6th death for the top laner of Victus Gaming. Should. Puts Chase into the turn again. Redemption stops the recourse. I'm sorry. Oh, God, the Shy. Not like this, man. Well, I thought we'd done away with his inting ways, but I don't know. Maybe a tiger can't change its stripes. God. Oh, Jesus, the Shy, he's always balls in, ain't he? Galio altered topside, and that's when I think IG realized, okay, well, Galio ain't coming down to this play. Bit of a spaghetti play from Wei early on his flash. If he catches Paze there, that's an awesome play if they can catch both of them. I just can't believe that the Shy's caught again, man. Rookie's backing off because he doesn't want to walk into a 1v2, understandably, of course. Everyone else gets out safe, ends up being a 1-for-1 in that play. Co-streamer is a known, the Shy hates it. What do you mean? Cancel might do... Nah, you're getting timed out for that shit. Don't you just spreading misinformation. Onto the top side. Grubs, 3 of them for IG, help them punish this top lane tower. Mako going out, has flash and goes. Pops the ghost. Xiaoxu on the flank, has Dominus. He is very, very strong right now. Rookie, how much can you do on the Swain? Redemption, traded for Redemption. Rookie puts them into the meat grinder. The disengage likely now at this point with the Zenith Blade missing. IG, head and goal. Atakan spawning. Do they stick around for this? IG, are they in a position to respond? The Shy is in mid lane. No one on bot side from IG, so they will be able to respond in time. IG What angles do they have? I really like this Swain, but he doesn't have ultimate. JDG want to find windows where they can blow that Swain ultimate and return to a fight. Mako doesn't have flash this time. They spot the Renekton in the brush. Xiaoxu will know that. Rookie clearing out vision. Shy pushing out mid lane. Gala has the ultimate, pushing out this top lane. That Kai'Sa starting to get scary. 2 items on the Kai'Sa can do a ton of damage. I think IG are getting into a point where they're very, very comfortable. Now Atakan started. They don't have a Demonic Ascension from Rookie. E landing onto Pays. Half his HP. W afterwards. The Tristana low HP. Redemption used for sustain. Xiaoxu ignited. He's low now. Oh, that's a catch onto the... Oh my god. The Shy has been trying to provide pressure, but he's not strong enough to walk into plays like this. As a flash, can't use it. The Shy goes down again. IG, what do they get for this? Rookie has the ultimate now. Shun, out of position, doesn't have the ultimate. JDG take the pick, but I don't think they can take a fight afterwards. There's a teleport coming in from the Gallo. It's stolen by Leona! It's stolen by Leona with the lesser spell, but Smite. Clutch from Draw. Scout on this top side now. Do they look for the play? Rookie. Oh my god, he's misused his Demonic Extension. IG, they're fumbling around the Atakan. Can they find a big play? I think they might just take their win here. Scout, I don't know about this. Swan gets the taunt onto 2. Good damage from him. Protobelling out. Scout, you don't need to be there. Trying to ult out. Cancel. Dunk coming in. Scout going way too far. And now Gala has the ultimate. Does he follow on forwards? Knockup coming through. Shun, low HP. This guy's starting to be plasma across everyone. Teleport now coming in from Jace. The Shy's back and he's looking for vengeance. 1 kill, surely here. Gets it onto Tristana. You can kill the Shy as much as you want. He'll swing the hammer down with vengeance. JDG claim the Atakan, but they do not get the fight. Draw will teleport away for his crimes. He'll take the Atakan, escape with his life. But at what cost? Atakan for JDG against the run of play. But IG will take the fight afterwards. How does this come through? There's a Spellbook Smite, but Shun's not even here at the start of it. It's just a miss Smite from Wei. Smite just over 1,100 HP. The Spellbook Smite claims it, despite it being less damage than the real one. Scout goes way too far after this. Scout, just take the small victory. You didn't have to look for that. Big mistake from him. I think he's actually been having a very good series and a good time in regionals so far compared to his summer and his playoffs, which were very poor from Scouts. Big mistakes from him. The Shy teleporting back in. Comes back with a vengeance. Good amount of gold for him. He's died an awful lot pushing waves. At least IG has been responding well to it. If you kill the Shy, we'll get something elsewhere. Rookie going for the Zhonya second. I think that's very intelligent here. Rookie, I didn't like his ult in that last fight, you know. Two dragons to 2. Atakan to JDG. I think the compositional advantage now well and truly in IG's favor, though. 3 items on Gala. Not great ways to reach him with the cleanse, the ultimate, and the flash. And I normally wouldn't call this out on cast, folks, but please be respectful in chat. If you're going to be arsey about it, find another community, honestly. That's all I'll say about it on cast. Hang on a second. W landing onto Pays. There's a ward onto him. Gala knows he's actually alone here. The W upgrade. Let's give you that lower cooldown when it hits. The Shy almost even in gold with Xiaoxu now. The shutdown, an extra turret will pull ahead. 2 items, the upgraded boots. Baron spawning. Dragon not up for another 3 minutes. JDG haven't made Worlds last year. They missed it last year. IG, much longer since they've been on the international stage. They used to be an international mainstay for a couple of years. 2018, 2019. Special team to watch during that era. Rookie in this year, been up and down. Started the year quite poorly. Came alive a little bit in spring and very much so in regular season of summer. His summer playoffs were poor. And I think just when they needed him to clutch it out in playoffs and in the regionals, fell off a little bit too hard. Can he be enough with something like this Swain pick? The Swain pick is fantastic here for the draft. I don't think this game has been entirely about him, of course, but worth talking about him because, let's be honest, a lot of people will be watching to see, can Rookie make it back to Worlds? Everyone else on this team has made it back in the last year or two. The Shy wasn't playing last year, of course. Made it in 2023 to Worlds Finals. Wei was on BLG, brought them to Worlds last year. Gala and Mako, LNG, top esports. IG claiming vision control. Baron started. They have the Swain. Very big pound of power. Good poke there from the Shy. Teleport coming in. Flashing for the Shy. Trying to assassinate Shun. And gets a great amount of damage off. The Shy been killed so many times but forces Shun out of the play. Xiaoshu, the Renekton goes down. The Croc has been hunted. Turned into a pair of boots. And the Shy on the flank helps Gala get into the play. IG sweep the fight. Not losing a single member. Triple kill to Gala as IG get themselves the play which will earn them the Baron. In the mid lane, Chuo doesn't have the damage. It's only a little Leona. The Shy claims another. A great comeback from him after being punished so heavily earlier in the game. And IG start to take off. The first game and a half of this series was so against IG. JDG smashed them in game 1, demolished the early game of game 2, and then an overstep from Shun on the Defiri last game changed things. Got a bit of a clean feed error here. It'll start to come back up soon. Don't you worry about that. Let's wait for the audio to come back. We'll be back into it. Luckily not had too many errors the last few days. It's just to be over the replay anyway. Wait for that audio to come back. Don't you worry about it. It'll be back soon. There we go. Just back into the replay. Just in the replay, not missing any important gameplay. The Shy, a master of turning poor KDAs into impactful games. The winner of this goes against T1 in that 4th seed match between LCK and LPL. 10 seconds till Dragon. IG, huge control across the Rift. Notice how how Rookie, not even finishing the zone, he wants a death cap second with a double needlessly large rod. Hayes. Not really had much impact this game, down 3.4k gold after such a good first couple of games in this series. He has been utterly taken out of the proceedings here. Jump over the wall. Sure, going forwards with the Zenith play, trying to catch out Gala. They might be able to get him with the Galio ultimate, but I mean, the Hayes is gone. He's deleted once again, and JDG have dove into Hell's Mouth, and the teeth come chomping down. Invictus Gaming. It has been domination. In the latter half of this game, they will move to series points, 1 win away from facing T1 and going back to Worlds for the first time since 2019. JDG felled Weibo, but this time last year they were held at the final hurdle. They may well be again, as they are now against the ropes. Hayes evaporated. Where did he go? No prisoners for Invictus Gaming. Love the composition, and they survived the early game this time. IG, a great snowball into victory. Perhaps just reclaiming their magic in time. Well, there you have it. IG starting to find some form. Awesome game from Wei. I think Gala's Kai'Sa once again came to play. The Shy are good. Recovery after a poor early game, getting solo kill twice in lane. The draft gap was insane, though. We called it. The problem has been before that IG have had good drafts, but haven't been able to capitalize on them. IG. 2 games now in hand, I suppose. Lose 1 and have another one to go. JDG. What do they do here? The later series have gone, the more ropey they've looked. Can they see this out? JDG used to be international tyrants in 2023. That super team. It's been a long way since then now. Moving further away from those golden days on a near golden road. We'll go to a quick break. Thank you for joining us. Put on some adverts, and we'll chill out until the next game. Who was my player of the game for that game? I think Wei was pretty insane, no? Wei's Jarvan was pretty insane. The early gank in bot lane? I think maybe Wei on the Jarvan, actually. Yeah. I mean, rookie for comedy value, but, you know. Okay, who's our MVP? I think it should be Wei. Might be Gala. It's Wei. There we go. I think he was super slick on his engages. Good stuff. Very, very important. Like, folks, this jungle matchup I think is symbolically very important. Wei and Shun both made Worlds on the same team last year. BLG. Wei brought them to Worlds, Shun brought them to a Worlds Finals. Both of them were critical to BLG's 5-game finals last year. Only one of them can make it to Worlds this time. It has been an odd year, folks. I think a lot of what we accepted to be kind of, you know, known and true, certain players on certain teams, changed. You know, IG changed everyone. They brought back some old classics. JDG changed everyone. This is going to game 5, ain't it? In some ways it would be fitting. In some ways it would be fitting. Great game from Wei. I can't believe they stole the At's gun, man. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so I'm watching 3 chats at the same time. Yes, I do watch, because I'm doing my... by the way, thank you for the follow, by the way, Coffee Break. That brings us to 9,100 followers on Twitch. Yeah, so currently I stream on 3 different channels. So that's my own Twitch channel, my own YouTube channel, and then restream over to Onivia's highlight channel on YouTube as well. I stream all of this, so I do all of the OBS stuff, all the production. Obviously, I'm casting. I do all the moderation in chat as well. Well, not in all of them because we have Twitch mods and stuff, but I am watching over all the chats because I do want there to be some chat interaction as well. And it's a lot of multitasking. I've gotten more used to it as the year's gone on, but it has been a massive learning curve. Because trying to cast at the same time as watching chat is annoying as hell. So it's kind of like driving a car, I suppose, in the way that you just have a billion different things to watch at the same time, but you get used to it, you know? JDG playing horrid. They were playing fantastic for the first game and a half. And then, you know, one mistake in game 2 snowballed into hell. And Gala, oh, Gala, what a game he had in game 2. Well, if you're going to make it to Worlds, you got to be clutch like that. Draft in game 3 was just 2 ahead for IG? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, while the draft was very good for Invictus Gaming, the thing is, they haven't been able to survive through to good drafts all the time. You know, they've lost too many early games to make the use of good drafts a lot of the time, so we've had reservations. In hindsight, what was the role of Renekton outside of laning phase? He just appeared useless in mid to late game. Well, that's the thing. He was meant to keep the Shy down on the Jace, which he absolutely did. And then you're meant to, you know, roll into mid-game fights and snowball. But their approach to the mid-game fights was so much worse. I think that they got dunked by Jarvan and Kai'Sa too much, so the Renekton couldn't hold the front line and, you know, pin down someone like Gala on the Kai'Sa. And Xiaoshu typically has been very, very good at rolling Renekton early leads into wins. Couldn't do it here, but yeah. God, what a great Swain pick, though. Rookie is occasionally locked in that Swain. I think it's the second or third time this year, I want to say. Really like that Swain pick. Really liked it a lot. How many games of LPL have we had this year? Okay. 8. 81. Uh, 293. 364. 364. 564. 600 and 620 or so. 680 or so. 720, maybe call it 725. Yeah, we've had over 800 games of LPL, folks. We've had over 800 games of LPL this year. Ridiculous. Yeah, we have 800 games of LPL, and Sam and I have covered almost all of them. I reckon we've covered like 700 LPL games this year.
等到下一站的直冒跑赛嘛，然后我们通过今天的失利，我们一定把我们的现在问题慢慢解决，然后后面的比赛一定要拿下。下一站如果对阵 JDG 的话，我觉得我们先把我们该做的做好就可以了。我觉得我们现在就是有点迷茫吧。我觉得我们就是对阵 JDG 中的 Scout 这名选手的话，我觉得他是非常优秀的选手嘛，然后其实也没什么能针对的他的点吧。我觉得先把自己做的，然后我们把就是每个人做得好就可以了。赛场赛场是最后名额的最关键的一个比赛嘛，然后我个人的话肯定是很想就是拿到这个名额，然后就是为了这个过程中，我觉得我们就是今天的失利之后的，然后跟通过教练组就是慢慢的改一下问题吧，然后就找到就是要改进的点。
I agree, by the way, Puffcakes. I think that if Scout hadn't overextended after Atakan, that would have been huge. Hang on, when was the last time that Scout missed Worlds? Wait, when was the last time that Scout and Xiaohu both missed Worlds? Wait, hang on, whoa. Has Scout and Xiaohu ever missed Worlds at the same time? 2020, maybe? What happened in 2020? Maybe 2020. What happened in 2020? Yeah, in 2020, Scout and Xiaohu both missed it in 2020. That might be the only time in LPL history since they've been playing that Scout and Xiaohu have both missed Worlds. Yeah, Scout... I think Scout has made every single Worlds except 2020, right? Because he made it in 2017. Did he make it in 2017? Oh, thank you, Esther, by the way, for the Kofi donation. Really appreciate you. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. And Mecca, I did see your donation yesterday as well. Really appreciate you as well. So made it in yeah, Jesus Christ. This is... Okay, we're getting into some pretty... Yeah, we've gone through most of our greatest hits of mid laners now. I think Azir is very important. I presume Azir is just permabanned now. I think Azir Poppy are permabanned for the rest of the series. I don't think you want to give them over. Hope was in EDG 2020. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. Poppy, Yunara, Azir, all permabanned. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. What is up with Scout? That overextension through the game. He hasn't been good this year. Scout, this has been Scout's worst year since... Oh, God, I don't even know when. This has been his worst year since, well, presumably, even 2020. I seem to remember him individually being okay. This might be Scout's worst individual year ever. In fact, I don't think it's hard to say that. His year has been awful. Is it a bit weird that the Shy had the most damage? He was constantly fighting, is the thing. So, yeah, the Shy... What are the reasons he has... I think I will get hydrated, by the way, Angie. I think... Okay, we'll get ourselves into draft for game 4. IG. Can they do it? Can Invictus Gaming make Worlds? Karma, Poppy, Azir. Where's the Yunara? That's the other one we think is permaban worthy. JDG, I think they can now just say, we're not going to ban it. IG have to ban it instead. We're getting to the point where I think that Cassante is important. Xiaoshu, a very good player of that. But if they lock in the Cassante, maybe Rek'Sai comes through. I think the Shy's happy with that. I think IG, they are more comfortable the longer the series goes. I think their champion pools are quite deep. JDG's, get a bit more worried for them. In terms of junglers, Xin Zhao, Wukong, those are the two big ones. Perhaps we're getting towards Sejuani and Skarner territory. And Bessa banned away from Xiaoshu, good player of that too. Even if the stats aren't great, he is very good at it. Lucian locked in. Now, Lucian Braum, quite powerful. Could go something like Jhin. Jhin Bard. You can take the Braum away. Force draw onto something like... Wow, what does Lucian go towards at that point? Don't want to go Nautilus into it. Might have to go something like the... Well, you could go Taric. JDG did play the Taric. In fact, I think IG have to keep that in mind. Braum locked in. Maybe draw does go towards the Taric now. Both very good anti-melee supports. See which one comes out on top. I'm not actually sure who wins the lane between Taric and the Braum. Typically, Braum wins all melee matchups. Maybe not against the Taric. Taric is damn good. Wukong let through. Who picks it, though? Rookie goes towards the Talia. No Wukong right now. Could be an easy lock-in. I think you can go towards... Now, do you lock in your support now? If you don't lock in something like Taric, maybe you could... I suppose you could still go Melee, or you could still go Nami. They lock in the Wukong. That's the easy one. Do they go to the Nami right now? Just lock in support. They do. So no Lucian Taric. They don't want to take their melee matchup. Nami comes out. Pays was so good in the Lucian Nami meta. Gala, what does he go against this lane now? Ezreal Braum. You lose his lane, but you can scale up. Varus. Is it poke or on hit? Kind of hard to play on hit Varus versus a Nami. Keeps you hot-footing around the fight, dodging bubbles and tidal waves. Presumably that does mean it's poke then. Very nerfed that build though. No jungle locked in for Wei. Presumably you get... What do you get removed now? You get... I guess you get Xin Zhao removed. That one's likely. Xin Zhao... The Vi was already picked. That one's not in there. Nocturne maybe as well. I wonder whether Nocturne... Xin Zhao banned away by JDG if they care about jungle pool. What else could they ban from top lane? You could ban away the Cassante. You could ban away Rek'Sai. The Jax is banned away. Maybe the Shy is looking for the Rek'Sai. Xin Zhao bans. They do choose a hit towards jungle. You've only got so many bans. Actually, not caring about mid lane bans right now. Could ban away Victor from Scout. Victor's quite good versus the Talia and the Braum. Less so versus the Varus, but those two is fine versus. Ahri banned away from Scout. Good playmaker of the champion. So less playmaking from JDG from mid lane. Sylas still available. Not bad here actually. Varusol, Braumel, both good. I think JDG have options. It's not like the bans have completely crippled one team. IG, do you lock in the Rek'Sai now? Do you lock in something for jungle? What would Wei want to go towards? I don't think Sejuani's that good here. Do you Nocturne? Wow, that's different. That's very different. We get a Zyra from Wei. Wei was so good in the AP jungle meta for BLG last year. It's arguably what got them 2 worlds. His Brand and Zyra were so much better than Shun's. Very different. Playing disengage. Hoping that the Zyra can stand behind the Braum, gives him a lot more damage. Now I think the Shy is now starting to consider the Cassante more, holding a front line for the Zyra. Scout goes Lissandra, wants the heavy engage. Hard to do that into a good Zyra ult, you know. Okay, JDG trying something different. Lysandra for hard engage. Could have been the Silas. Goes towards the Lysandra. Can hop over some skill shots with that Glacial Path. Had a pentakill early in the air. Scout did. And it's the Cassante last. Now I think the Shy either goes towards Rek'Sai or Nah. I think you can beat the Cassante in the individual lane. The Shy has been good in the individual laning phase in mid and late game. The early game was a little bit problematic though last time versus Xiaoxi's Renekton. Picked the Jace, got punished. So what'll it be, the Shy? What'll it be? Worlds is on the cards, my friend. The Nah comes through for the Shy. Not the Rek'Sai. A bit more split pushy. A little bit more damage on the whole. Hard to play the Rek'Sai into the Nami. A little easier to play the Nah with range. It used to be back in 2023. If the Shy was on Nah, Weibo would win. If he wasn't, they'd lose. He made Worlds. More than that, he made a World Finals that year. The combination of Rookie and the Shy, we haven't seen that in many years. Reunited on IG. We thought it might be for content. Might just be for hype. To sell jerseys. It's been more than that. They are now one game away from Worlds. The first time for IG is 2019. JDG on the other side. Completely new cover of paint. No member on this team has won a title with JDG. Missing the last remaining member. Leaving the organization this year. One last time, potentially. JDG a game down. The Zyra less seen now, but I think it's quite good here. Outranges a lot of what JDG want to do. Can outfarm the Wukong. Can disengage if he ever gets on top of you. Yes, it's a problem. Make sure that doesn't happen. IG. Can they make it back to Worlds? Joining BLG Top Esports and anyone's legend. Onto the Rift. Perhaps for one last time in the LPL this year. See those Gyos. IG on the brink.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
It is going to be the Poke Varus. Has the teleport. Does Gala. Important that. Changes the way you play the macro rather. Wei sitting on his Raptors. Wants to sit here for seed spawns. One of the best ways you can use to engage onto the Zyra and stop their early jungle pathing is by walking in and making sure those seeds are popped. Force them off of them. Often what we'd see is a late invade, blowing the seeds, and then going on the other side to invade them when they had no plans. Shun walking over. Is he going to put a ward down? What's the plan? Rookie over the wall. If he spots Shun here, can get some damage down onto him. Ah, now that's clever from Wei. Yeah, get a little bit of damage. Shun try. Oh no, that's a problem. Well, IG, they've had a great read on this. The Qs from Wei getting so much damage, and Shun will be so low HP. Can he even get himself his first camp done without smiting? He might have to smite on the first camp. Yes, Wei's clear will be slowed down, but so much less than Shun's. Great mind games by Wei and Rookie. The way you counter a Zyra is by you invading and stopping her plant spawns. They wait, they use those seeds to be extra wards, and Rookie goes through for a great trade. Shun will hit level 2, doesn't have to smite early. It's a little better than it could have been. Wei will be slightly ahead in the clear. Both junglers going from top to bot. Shun will be spotted on his own Raptors. There was a ward put down there at the level 1. Early level. Very early recall coming through from Nami. I think he needs to try. I think he's trying to support Shun under his jungle clear. I think he's afraid that there might be a contest. Mako walking up, getting that Q, threatening the passive actually. There's no one else behind him, but Rookie's dipping off the wave. As his scout, Mako, he can get that passive reapplied. Not bad damage there. Nami coming over. The early plan from IG, somewhere where they've actually struggled on a lot. Coming out quite well here. Wei through his topside camps already. Contesting on the bot side, the Shy gets the stun onto Pays. It was the WE lane swap coming through from them while we saw this early play as well. The AD carry switched into top lane. People calling it the Viper lane swap. No, Taeyun did it first, by the way. Walking over and contesting on the camps again. Gala, level 3, Shun, level 2. This could be a problem. They're going to get themselves a little bit of a slow on there too. The passive going through. Oh, that could be the root coming through. Shun flashing away. The early plan from IG is total. Shun, the jungler in Worlds Finals Game 5 last year, getting punished by his counterpart in Wei on BLG, the Shy. Now bullied out from top lane, Dro joining Pays in top side for the lane swap. Both teams trying to be dynamic, throw a curveball in. JDG a game down in this series. IG feeling very comfortable. Shun has been punished very heavily in this early game. Wei gets a completely uninterrupted clear. Really well played from Wei and the team so far. The Shy, good damage onto him. Teleported in already. Has the Cull. He's going to get forced out. But honestly, as long as he survives, he's happy. Doesn't care too much. Gala left alone versus Xiaoshu's Cassante. IG getting way more out of this early game than JDG. Getting way out of the early game too. You do not, as JDG, want to see an accelerated Zyra. That is very, very bad for you. The Zyra is a ton of extra damage, which I do think IG dipped a little bit on because they have, you know, the nerfed poke Varus. The Talir, who's, I think someone was saying in chat, a 13-match loss streak. Recall coming in from Pays. Not wanting to go up against... What doesn't he want to go up against, actually? Just wants to recall. Gets himself his first back of the game. Well, that's more important. Wei farming over the wall. Wei showing the mechanics on the Zyra. Those clear mechanics are really important for Zyra. There's little things like that. I know it's a simple thing, but just making sure you're clearing quickly and effectively is really important. Nice Q there from the Shy. Has the Cull. Helps him sustain. Of course, the Narb, because he auto-attacks so much in laning phase, gets a bunch of value out of Cull for the healing. Rookie doing fine in this mid lane, but Scout picking up farm. Lysandra early laning phase is often quite poor. Dragon, very easy for Zyra to do early. Honestly, everything's easy for Zyra to do. Zyra, one of the quickest clearing junglers in the entire game. Clearing out the ward. Shun's not out of the game. A little bit awkward. Wanted more from it. Pace jumping forwards. Good damage from the electrocute. The Lucian Nami often does go towards that. Mako jumped onto by Shun. Wei making sure this wave is safe for his bot lane. Opportunistic trade from Pays, though, makes the most of things. Pays, a very good Lucian player. One of his best champions on Gen G. Had a weird game yesterday, though, against Weibo. Wei just continuing to clear. As long as Wei is taking camps on cooldown, IG are happy. He's trying to get another electrocute trade here. If they get some range with the Lucian, with the Nami, that's a problem. Mako can't stop all of that damage. Shun. And, well, can't flash forwards. Gala going to charge out on the bubble. Mako jumping forwards to the shield. Do they know that the Wukong's there? Wei coming down. Doesn't have level 6. Shun has no flash. Wei does. Where will they spot him? Where's the monkey? They spot him now. They know now. Mako has flash. How much is that going to matter? Backing off. Wei doesn't want to get into that play too much. No mana on the Nami. Play diffuses. I think they were afraid of scouts on the roam. There was some good vision to spot his path down there, but they didn't want the fight to go long enough for the Lysandra with that newly minted level 6 in the ultimates. That comes with it to turn the course of events. IG is starting to lock in more. Their early games were poor against top esports in playoffs and in the first part of this series. IG, a team which we didn't know how they would scale over the year. Surely, just if the synergy came back between JDG at the time and Mako, surely that would make the difference. Between the Shy and Rookie, surely that would make the difference. Gala and Mako, could they synergize as a 2v2? In winter, they kept us wanting some brief sparks, but no bonfire. Spring, a little bit more. Finished top 4 for the first time in IG recent history. Then in summer, things started to light up more. Both of these teams have spent their year battling demons. JDG trying to synergize Shun and Scout, changing pieces in and out. JDG, a team we thought maybe could, again, ignite. Both of them... No, Scout missed that flight cannon there. Narratives aside. I'll be better on that, my friend. IG much the same. This year has been battling demons for the LPL. And to be blunt, the demons have often won here in the LPL. Every single team has been through their own trials and tribulations. Wait, 400 gold ahead, has the Fated Ashes, which really helps you clear out. Even Ish in gold, IG slight advantage. Brawn passive landing cleanse used. Tool now down for a potential Herald. Now, the thing is, this is good terrain for JDG to fight the Grubs, rather. Shun has the 6, has himself the Cyclone. Draw could get that bubble over the wall, and does so. One Grub to the side of IG. JDG will claim another one. Scout, also scary, has the Flash ultimate. Cullen's not bad here. I don't think IG want to walk up that far. There's a potential Lissandra ultimates. Mako lucky to get out alive. JDG will get themselves the 2 Grubs. IG, I think, intelligently choosing not to fight that. The terrain was poor, and the engage from the Lissandra Wukong would have been disgusting. 1 kill goes down, you get those frozen thalls, the Iceborne subjugation from the Lissandra passive, and the things go to hell. I'd say it's a snowball's chance in hell, but I think Lissandra gives that a slightly bigger chance. The side of JDG. Stay frosty. Things yet to explode here. JDG, what are they looking for? First item spike, huge for the Lucian Nami. And for the Lissandra and Wukong as well. On the other side, IG. Well, not like their 1 item spike is poor either. IG are going to have to keep their heads on a swivel. The engage can come out of anywhere very, very quickly. Shy not ahead of Xiaoshu just yet, even in farm, but cashing in that Cull suit. Zyra getting close towards that Leandra. He's wondering what the full build will be for Wei, actually. Might be the Zonya's second. Now, sometimes you see that Rylo's coming out second. Less so since Zyra's moved more towards stuff like Bloodletter's Curse. Could also be very important here, of course. Shy. Oh, that passive is nasty from the Hyper. Shy trying to get the most out of his individual matchup. Shy, oh, trying to stop the recall. Can he get it? Oh, he does. He does great. Backswing on the boomerang. Of course, gets it on a lower cooldown, but it means that Xiaoshu might lose a bit of the next wave. Ults, but not quite under tower. Scout trying to get the extra turret shot onto Rookie. Can't quite manage it. That could have been a solo kill for first blood if he'd gotten it under tower. Not quite in time. Scout uses the ultimate. First one of the game. And now suddenly IG have a window where they don't have to be afraid of the teleport Scout. Flash Lissandra ultimates. Pays and draw. Going to be backed up by a teleport from Scouts, as they were threatened on that recall. Rookie getting himself a plate in mid lane. Got away with a freebie there, didn't he? Shun pushing out that mid lane, or clearing out the mid lane. Wait, does he get a blue buff steal? Blink and you miss it, a camp goes. Zyra, one of the things about her when she was in meta was it was just so disgusting. Trying to keep your camps alive. If you ever left a part of the map unattended, Zyra, you'd trim up your crops and your hedgerows, and your camps would go. Farming over the wall. Can smite it over the wall as it comes off here. What am I talking about? Zyra doesn't need to do that. Instant clear on that camp. We'll recall, get the Leandries on this next back, and Wei is online. ZyraGaming.exe. Plants in full bloom. Can Wei bring another team to Worlds? Was stuck on RNG as they had their downfall really in 2023 and early 24. In the last few years, Wei will have brought a number of different teams to Worlds. RNG, BLG, IG, Culling. Fantastic there from Pays. The pressure on JDG has got to be mounting now. I wonder what the vibes are like there. A team that has struggled so much through this year, JDG. Well, there you have it. First items coming in. Dragon so easily cleared by Wei. This is the thing. Every time JDG do not control an area of the map now, Wei's just going to clear it of everything valuable. Dragon easily taken. Herald in 2 going on 3 minutes. Carla has the Ghost Blade. The extra mobility will not go amiss. Ooh, ult coming through from Mako. Can they get themselves the Brawn passive? Tidal Wave coming back in. Does Pace jump over the wall? Bubble not landing. Ultimates used from Mako and Draw. Wei continuing to just farm through as he can. So this is where the Zyra really starts to take over against the Wukong. The Wukong's not, you know, slow farming, but Zyra's another beast. Proto Belt coming in from Scout. I know it's Rocket Belt. I'm always going to call it Proto Belt. I'm sorry, folks. Good arrow there from Gala. That evens up the mid lane trade. As long as Paze doesn't get to jump forwards in the meantime, Gala will control this mid wave again. Nah, cashing in that cult gets a slight advantage. The slow burn from IG, I think, is going to really work for them. JDG need an explosive play. I think IG is slotting into a very comfortable rhythm for them. JDG, I think, have had better early games than IG on the whole, but not this time. And it could be the most important one of them all. One item for Lucian. Not quite at the Imperial Mandate for Dwar, which is so important for the Nami. Once you get that, things go wild. You know, for a while I did wonder whether Nami particularly would get some gold given over to her just to get to that earlier item spike for the Imperial Mandate. It's so important. Surely they fight over Herald. The thing is, IG might let the Herald go because topside objective pit is not good terrain for IG. You have an immobile Varus, Talia, and Zyra, who are going to have their backs against a wall as a Wukong Lissandra flies at them, often corralled into the engage by the tidal wave. JDG, with that in mind, would love to invite IG to go into the Herald pit and take a fight for themselves. Great damage from Gala. That poke means an awful lot. Yes, the poke's Varus has been nerfed a bit. Not enough. Wait, has the electrocute, by the way. Not the comet. Less poke for him, more burst. Shun, some damage onto him. The plant's starting to get some Leandry's burns down. Xiaoshu. He might get a little bit chased down here by the Shy. We're fighting pretty heavily now, I think. Scuttle taken by JDG. I was wondering whether things would explode there a little more. I'm sure low HP has the Scuttle. Oh, the honey fruit. Good Q onto him. Scout. Maybe going towards Gala. They go towards Mako instead. Want to get the Iceborne subjugation. Cleanse coming through from the spellbook, but it's not enough. First blood to JDG. Nice kill there. Rookie, though, taking bot lane turret while all this is happening. Gets all of those plays. Wants to recall, teleport into the play. I think with the HP from the poke of Varus and Zyra, I think IG can still fight this. There's still a Lissandra ultimate, though. Where's the teleport going to come from IG? Into mid lane. Rookie doesn't back in time for this. The Shine, no rage bar right now. What does Wei want to do? Scout, can he flash ult someone important? That's a Varus ult! That's going to be a dead Dwo, and it is the fish! Taken out by the Angler. There's a Cyclone. Can they kill the Knight? So close. Yes, they can. The Shine going down. And there's Scout trying to go in for the ultimate. Can he get it to himself? No! Herald taken. Lissandra down. Pays! Not long for this world either. IG take themselves the addictive fight, and JDG bite off more than their big eyes can chew. Xiaoshu will go down at Invictus Gaming. They might just have taken the fight, which allows them to take firm control of this game. The Herald taken by IG and JDG. Their eyes so much bigger than their stomachs will welcome Sam back in for what could be Invictus Gaming making its way to Worlds.
I clearly have missed some cinema. It has been magic out here. I saw the results, I saw the drafts, and I looked at what was happening in this one and thought, oh my days, it's looking spicy. Here's the replay. The chains of corruption are glorious.
Gala's been doing some awesome work on the Varus. The poke that he and Wei have put together has been insane. To catch you up on the game so far, Sam, it was a bold Zyra pick. And they had a level 1 plan. You know that when you're against the Zyra, you invade at the level 1 to deny the plans. Rookie and Wei waited for that. Took Shun down to very low HP and slowed him down on his clear. Wei has had a completely uninterrupted first part of this game. And now you have double long-range mixed damage poke between Varus and the Zyra. JDG, this has been one of their worst early games of the series, just when it could have counted the most. Feats of strength over to IG, I think that matters an awful lot too. Wei is going towards the Zhonya's second. I think once we hit 2 items and defensive items start to come through for IG, this game gets very difficult for JDG. They must find a Lissandra Wukong engage, maybe corralled into by that tidal wave. IG are not tanky, and they don't have all of their defensive items just yet. JDG need to strike soon to keep their hopes of Worlds alive.
After that game 1, you just got worried, didn't you? Chains of Corruption just wipe. Hayes glides away. Smooth speed from the Nami, and there's the culling. Flash on forward. Can't get the kill. He's stuck in the Strangle Thorns. Knocked up. And an auto from Mako brings down the Lucian Pace. Pace goes looking for magic and only finds Cursed Draw with an Aqua Prison, but jail time means nothing compared to straight up murder.
Draw, there's a teleport from Lissandra. They're trying to cross map. Rookie might get traded onto. What can he do? I think all he can do is die here, but IG still will go towards the dragon on the bot side. Rookie will fall, but IG still winning across the map.
Worth noting, Jaw actually survived that play, but all the while IG took the opportunity to ram the Herald into mid lane, so it ends up being 1-for-1 in terms of the kills. Lock up there onto Shun's not bad, actually. And they can turn back to the Dragon as well, so it's double objective in a 1-for-1.
I am getting so worried for JDG. Pays tried to go for the electrocute trade, but much like yesterday versus Weibo, Pays on the Lucian, jumping forwards, and can't quite kill the enemy AD carry. He tried to do it versus Lights. Damn, Nig lost them the game. Pays jumping forwards. It's a great dodge. It's a great dodge. Tried to get himself a culling on that. Didn't think really respect where he gets rooted on the turret. The cleanse comes through, but the damage is done. The electrocute Zyra is so disgusting at this specific kind of play. You walk in too close, Thorns stab. You tend to really fall down with that. JDG now behind almost 4,000 gold. IG, they have those defensive items coming through now. Edge of Night for Gala. Seekers in for Way was in there before, but worth reiterating that. IG, they could make Worlds for the first time since 2019. 6 years away. The curse of Rookie may finally be broken. I won't say it till they've done it. They've earned that much respect from us. Perhaps an Atakan could be JDG's way back into the game. IG are poised and ready to win this game through the objectives, encroaching that darkness on the map through vision control and holding their ground with their poke.
For JDG, it's another story of the mental collapses sometimes. Game 2 was theirs. Pays was on fire on that 6. It was extraordinary stuff. And one complacent overstep for Grump as 2 people. You give up a kill on the Neferi, you give up Baron, and IG get the game. And they get a second, and now they are leading.
Shy has flash, that's the tidal wave, is getting burst down, the Nar's taken out in mini form.
Doesn't mean all that much. Got Atakan in a couple seconds.
Yeah, maybe it does because of the Atakan. Rookie, no teleport on the top side of the map. Can they go towards it? It's quite hard against the Varus and the Zyra mixed poke. You have no Cyclone now. Shun trying to get vision control. IG, they do need to check the Atakan just to make sure. Rookie going down, has the level 11. The extended range on the ultimate. Atakan is started. The Shino teleport. JDG, this is their moment to claw their way back into the game. Scout, flash coming up soon. Has that ultimate, could be everything.
Have to back away, they just don't have the tankiness, and the Zyra alone was too threatening.
Oh, that is just heartbreaking for them. I don't know how many opportunities they'll get like that again. Xiaoshu left alone on top side. Suppose IG now going towards it now themselves, and let's be honest, Zyra very, very good at killing this stuff. Scout still has that flash and that ultimate. I don't like the positioning of Way right now. You got to be careful, friend. Ult coming down from Talia.
Scout now needs to be a bit careful. Where's the glacial path? Can he find the angle out? And will do so. Doesn't get caught by the seismic shove, but it means he's gone away. Can't go in. Xiaoshu's TP. Where is Shun? Looking for potential steal angle. Gets rooted up. Can go for the flip. It's won by Way. Nicely timed with the smite. We should have to flash on now. And the damage, the burn is so strong. Xiaoshu's gone all out. But there's nothing left in the tank. They murder the top laner. IG with Atakan. And the wins just keep piling up, and JDG's back keeps creaking a little more every time.
Another ward into the brush too, like that plant helping them see them out. After all the crap that Way has taken over the last year, after all of the criticism on BLG, Way on the Zyra is so critical to this game. MVP on the Jarvan last game too. Finding a new home on Invictus Gaming, replacing the outgoing Jie. Way brought BLG to Worlds last year after Shun failed himself. Couldn't make it through to the final. Shun replaced him there. Both of these junglers would love to be back there on that world stage. Of course, on home soil in China. But Way on the Zyra, such a defining part of this game 4 and 5, which could bring IG to their first Worlds in 6 years.
And when you say it, you suddenly just blink and think about it, don't you? Some of these players have been iconic for over half a decade. And it's been over half a decade since we've seen Rookie. There are people who at points have called Rookie the best of all time. The boat. The player who had the highest speed consistently of any mid lane, of any player.
Once upon a time.
Not been that way for a couple years. People like Knight, like Chovy probably stepping into that role.
This is the old man squad of IG, showing that they still got it. Gala, Rookie, Way. So many of these players. And such a good tenure over the last while. almost everyone on this team has been an international title holder. MSI's everything you could want. Vision control for JDG is not bad. Soul in 30 seconds now. IG, if they get here first, get poked down before the engage comes through, they will get themselves that Soul. And hang on a second, catch there.
That's potentially quite a big one. There's a flash from the Shao, who hops away, he's forced it. That's the all-out for the flash.
I actually don't know if that's good enough for Xiaoshu. Not having that all-out is a huge issue. He needs the extra damage to go on to Wei.
Flashes away, gets hit, but gets cleansed out. That's the nice from Mako. But the culling on the other side. Mako's in danger. Goes golden. Stays alive with his Wei for a second or two. The exhaust comes on down. Garlic for more autos. Pace flashing on in. Looking to relentless pursuit. The chains of corruption is good, but they can't finish off Xiaoshu. Into the wall. The Shy with the Mega R on Scout. But the shields keep them alive. They get two. On the other side, tries big shove into the piercing out. That's wide. Gala misses, but the hail of arrows comes on down. They claim the jungler.
Jungler's down, so there's no smite. It's a great fight for JDG. They find the Shy and Wei in quick succession, but they don't have the smite or the HP to stick around for the dragon. That could be very important. Can they stick towards it? Garlic should be able to stick around and ward them off with his arrows. They'll have vision here. Rookie can teleport in. The arrows will start hailing down again. Pays, I mean, I think they have to try and go for this, but it's so rough against the range advantage that Gala has.
10 seconds for the Shy. He's got TP himself. There is no smite, but there is a lot of damage, a lot of poke. Xiaoshu again without a lot of those summoners needs to be a bit wary. Dragon still being taken down again. IG don't have to fight this dragon.
Here doesn't have the ult for another few seconds. It could be a W arrow from Gala. Here comes the Shy. Wei walking his way over. There will be no smite for this one.
6 seconds on the frozen tomb. Put back onto Xiaoshu. Over the wall goes the Shy. It's taken with the W arrow. A call from the Prophet. And Alex, Nymaera is completely correct. It was in the stars. It was certainly in the Q key.
Gala UC steals the objective, which might win them the series off of the back of an arrow to the hearts of JDG. IG might just have set up a date with T1 at that 4th seed match between LCK and LPL. IG get the Soul. JDG, you felt they didn't have an option, but God, does it hurt to see them lose the Soul like that.
Rookie will get shoving that way, but none of that is going to matter because it looked horrifying. Wei gets caught. The flash, the cleanse, it all gets so close. This is a knife fight.
And Rookie's not here. The Talir's not here. I don't think it's, it's okay disengage from the Zarya, but you need someone else dealing damage to you down. That's Shin in the picture-in-picture, using the ultimate and the flash. It's going bad to worse for JDG. A team which was so close to Golden Roads not too long ago, left on cobbles. No one left from their title-winning rosters of 23 and 24. IG, they changed that the whole set as well, bringing back some old classics. And IG, that might have been the winning formula. Xiaoshu going through JDG. You are against the wall. What have you got left?
The prison comes down. Xiaoshu gets knocked up. There's a tidal wave turnaround. Rookie looking for the Weaver's Wall. Doesn't take it. Scout in danger. Goes into the invulnerability of his own little porcelain pot, but it's shattered. The Shy with a knock in the wall. Pays looking for something, but he finds absolutely no damage. Xiaoshu in danger. Hit by the Wallop. The crunch. Mako shoved back, but that's a brawl. That's also a valuable arrow from Gala. And the hail of them after, and a final Q secures it. The hyper proc as the Shy continues to get so damn excited. Duo flashes into the wall, but he can't get out to safety. No bush is safe from the arrows of Gala.
Invictus Gaming take down another set of JDG lives. And I don't think they've got many left in the tank. IG will claim the Baron after the Soul, and the hopes and dreams of Jingdong Gaming, one of our most dominant teams in the LPL modern era, are shattered. Left for another year. Invictus Gaming forging anew. A golden generation returned home to deliver them to Worlds once more.
The Baron falls. IG with Soul, with Atakan, with everything needed to march victoriously into JDG's base. We'll have a look at this fight one more time. But Xiaoshu tries to face check. Scout goes looking for the pick, and Wei, the Zhonya's is proving increasingly problematic.
Wei on this Zyra has been such a problem. Shun, he's just looking so lost. What do? You can see that JDG, try as they might, cannot fit the pieces together. Oh, Shun. Oh, Shun. What a player he has been. What a player he will continue to be. Can't make it happen here. Could not make this JDG project happen here. IG. JDG fought their demons this year, and for most of this year, the demons were winning. IG performing an exorcism at the 11th hour.
by book, by candle, certainly by the cheering audience out there. I tell you now, there are so many Invictus Gamings out there, and in this modern era, those candles for exorcisms look like they've been replaced by phone lights. Strangle Thorns was nearly catching Shun, who skates away just about. Pays looking with the Ardent Blaze. He's got 3 items, maybe some magic there. It's been moments, hasn't it, where Pay's gone looking for the highlight reel. Just not quite had the angle, just not quite had the coordination. Just not quite. It's been JDG for the last 5 minutes.
There's the catch over the wall. The base is starting to fall. There is a bit of a cross map happening right now. The turret mid lane should fall. Invictus Gaming break the base. JDG, they must mount a defense. A battle of the Alamo. There's nothing quite like it. IG walking forwards with force. A minute left of the Baron.
Themselves in the Hornsberg in Helm's Deep, looking for something, a way to hold against the oncoming tide. A little ironic when Nami's on your team, but unfortunately for them, JDG's well resolved, and base is just washing away
Teleport,
a TP behind.
Xiaoshu
looking, full Gala, gets the Pathmaker, but a cleanse, the all out, he's not caught him quite yet, gets Scout in the backside, blows up Gala. But what about the turnaround damage? They've gotten 2, that's not bad going. The Shine not quite, the Meganar way, looking for some space, throws out the Strangle Thorns now, gets 2, golden for Scout, knock up on Shun, Way is trying, the bird is there, it's the deadliest plant in the jungle, a flash, a Meganar. It's the prehistoric team with the prehistoric damage.
IG return to the classics. Invictus Gaming fights their demons, and Invictus Gaming will beat them.
Be upstanding, turn up to church. Invictus Gaming's prayers are answers. On the dawn of the 4th game, Rookie IG return to Worlds.
Invictus Gaming break the curse for the first time in 6 years. Invictus Gaming will return to international play, and JDG fall by the wayside.
Invictus Gaming at Worlds, Rookie at Worlds, the best of 5 streak that was looking so dire. The early games of Games 1, of Games 2, you began to lose hope. IG do it anyway. They do it anyway.
Invictus Gaming will play T1 in the 4th seed match. The Demons of the LPL facing off against one of their very first champions internationally. Invictus Gaming, Rookie versus Faker. Tale started in 2014, brought 11 years into the future.
When was the last time we saw Rookie versus Faker?
In a best of 5, Sam. Never. We have never seen Rookie versus Faker in a best of 5. History made, chiseled into the marble a decade after these players started facing off against each other. Invictus Gaming, by hook or by crook, crawl their way internationally. Wait, what a performance this jungler had. That Zyra, critical to them. Folks, that has been the last LPL game of the year. If you have watched, supported us through any of this, you are our heroes. We appreciate you, we love you, and we want you to love the LPL as much as we do. Massive thanks to Sam. We have covered almost 800 games here this year on our own little co-stream because there was no official broadcast. We want you to enjoy the teams as much as we do. If you have stayed with us to watch the story of the Invictus Gaming Super Team return back to Worlds, I hope you've enjoyed the journey. What a game to end it out on.
Al?
Yes?
What the hell happened in Game 3?
What happened in Game 3? God, my memory's just been blasted, Sam. That last game was just... What happened was, the Shy died 5 times in a row, and it didn't matter because IG had such a better team comp and would cross-map for every death. Rookie had an awesome Swain game, and Wei on the Jarvan was so insanely clutch that he's walked away with an MVP there, and I think he gets an MVP for this game too. Wei, the scorned BLG jungler, cast out by our champions, claws his way back to international play.
This is also a player who was very upfront, very frank with his own disappointment in his performance over the last few clutch best of 5, saying, I have been the problem. I am the reason we're losing. It has been a jungle diff. Not today. Not when it mattered there. Shun, Scout are going to be incredibly disappointed. Pays as well. There were moments of brilliance from JDG. Those Game 1, half of Game 2,
You were thinking, oh god, it's going to be a 3-0.
It has been a pleasure, folks. We'll wait for highlights and MVPs. We will likely be co-streaming some other things. If you would like to support us, you can donate to the Ko-fi link. League Mastery, this thing down here, that is a thing you can donate to as well. But most importantly, just enjoy your time here. The cast which we're doing, we don't know if we can do this for forever. At the end of the day, it's an expensive thing to do, you know, living in anywhere, really. And trying to do this off of just playing for tips, basically, is quite a difficult thing. We've had some magnificent support from the likes of Mecha Fanboy, and everyone watching. We do get some ad revenue. For everyone who's watching
Valorant,
you have helped us here as well. God, it has been so special watching IG finally claw their way back internationally. What a special team. The golden generation returning, put them back on the road, something greater. Awesome. That was a good Nexus call, Sam. I liked it.
Nice work.
I liked it. More brothers cast for the road. Okay, are we going to stream ASI? We'll see. I'd imagine we'll do some of it. I mean, it depends. It really depends on if we're free and if we have energy.
So put it this way. I've got a Mere Masters co-streaming, right? So we'll be doing some of that in some capacity. That starts properly Swiss stage the 29th. That'll be in a couple days. We've got ASI. We'll see about Worlds co-streaming. Hopefully that's a possibility.
Fingers crossed.
So between those three things, you should still be seeing a fair amount of us. There's still Game Changers Rising, which I'm doing some stuff with G2, which where I disappeared for, which G2 smashed Blue Otters, which is great fun. They went for a Zoe Jace, like Giga Poke comp that was horrifying. And we should be pretty excited to be here, doing some more stuff with all of you here. So please do stick around. Please do keep supporting us. We'll be doing as much League as we can while we can. Playing for as many damn tips as we can generate while we do.
Okay, well, we'll go watch these highlights. We'll probably just chill out in the background a little. There should be basically a send-off ceremony, folks, where all 4 qualifying teams will be sent off to the World Championship with good faith and goodwill. IG, Pop Esports, Anyone's Legend, BLG. 4 teams which will represent the LPL at this Worlds. Holy crap, Sam. 800 games of LPL. I am a broken person, Sam. I feel like I should make a post about it, but I don't know what to say.
I know what you mean.
Wasn't that some insanity? I mean, if any team is going to give T1 issues, I mean, look, put it this way. IG hasn't been international recently enough to have international trauma against T1.
It's taken 11 years to get Rookie versus Faker in a best of 5.
Ridiculous. Who is the most disappointing player in LPL Summer? I think it has to be Scout. Probably. Scout almost blowed up at the end, but I think it has to be Scout. Given the pedestal we put him on, it has to be him, I think.
This is a ridiculous game, isn't it? I don't even hate JDG's draft. I like the idea of the Lissandra with the Lucian Nami for the really nasty
It's on a timer, though. You needed to get something done early, and they just couldn't.
That's crazy, because IG have sucked in the early games. Now we got to start asking who wins between T1 and IG. Oh my days. I mean, realistically, I feel like T1 is probably the more consistently scary team. IG are just so much fun.
They are. They are chaos incarnate. They are fun. They are chemistry and cohesion in vast amounts of dice rolls. Is it always that? No. Oh, God. Wade Zyra was so good. Holy moly. Well, they had to fucking work for it. Holy moly.
MKOI versus Fnatic this evening as well in Madrid.
I mean, I guess MKOI are going to have the Spanish support. But you have Razork and Oscar on Fnatic.
I don't think it's as simple, but yeah.
It is, you got to be so jealous of Fnatic, like Spanish League of Legends fans right now, because that is like that is
extraordinary.
That is peak. That is so peak.
And yet, if you want to know, guys, how much a live audience matters of that scale, look how Oscar played yesterday versus Kana, with all of those voices for him.
MVP
and
Wade
against that one, and Wade gets it. Oh man, good for him.
I feel so good for Wade. I feel so good for him. He's spoken. Well, he's not really spoken, but it has been alluded to that BLG didn't treat Wei very well, honestly. I think he left in quite poor spirits from BLG, not believing in himself. He has been so crucial to IG, whether it's just chemistry, whether it's the Game 4 and Game 5 clutch engage, clutch play. Wei has been a critical, integral part of this roster.
I gotta tell you now, Riot are probably crying tears of joy. Rookie v Baker at Worlds. It's happening. It's happening.
Holy moly. This was a special series, folks. Historic. Can't believe the curse is finally broken. Well, I've got to go record a video after this at some point.
Yeah.
Yep. Gonna be recording a video for Cadrill's World Rundown.
That'll be fun.
Which will be really fun.
Oh, there's some great storylines for the LPL teams now.
Yeah.
I think we've probably gotten the teams I wanted to go there. Probably not in the order I was expecting, but they have largely gone.
Yeah. I don't think that's wrong, actually. Couple of votes for bot lane, couple of votes for one for support, one for top lane. I think, look.
That's fair. Gala also he had a really good Varus game.
Realistically, it's 100% way, though.
Yeah.
Son.
Apparently the Chinese, the Chinese casters were screaming that starting that Dragon versus the double poke was completely
It was.
We called it as well.
It was utter in. However, you don't have another option, I don't think.
Yeah.
Holy moly. The esports manager. Xiaoshu, Xiaoshu was pretty nuts, actually. I feel so bad for it. Casting Worlds this year. So I'm not casting Worlds. No, I'm not going to be on the main broadcast. We're hoping for co-streaming rates.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。首先，我们要恭喜 IG 获得了这场比赛的胜利。来到赛后采访环节，嘉宾是 IG 的 Gala 以及威，欢迎两位来先跟所有的召唤师们打一个招呼吧。
Oh, and Way's nearly crying. Poor guy. Don't blame him.
He was so demoralized after BLG. He deserves this so much. I don't think people realize how much he deserves this.
谢谢所有召唤师们的热情。 让1追3赢下了比赛的胜利，而且是拿到了 LPL 赛区最后一张通往全球总决赛的门票。赶紧来和大家分享一下打完如此关键的一场比赛，两位现在的感受是什么？嘎啦先来吧。
这场真的对于我们非常重要吧，然后这样后面也还有更重要的比赛要打了，所以还是挺期待的，很开心。然后希望后面我们能赢下来。
为了。
就是这场比赛赢了能进世界赛吧。然后对于我们5个人来说，或者是教练组整个团队来说都非常重要吧。然后我觉得现在就是先松口气吧，然后准备憋气，然后迎接世界赛。
要迎接世界赛了。其实，在前天的比赛结束之后，留给 IG 的调整时间只有短短的1天，所以我想问一下威，这短短的1天，大家沟通最多的是什么？
就是上场输了之后，我们也去找了就是怎么去赢游戏的方式嘛。然后后面就是嘎子吧，把自己下路那些推线的英雄优先级提高了吧。然后大家整个团队也愿意去配合嘛。所以今天可能效果就挺好的吧。
说到 Gala 今天的表现实在是太出色了，卡莉斯塔、卡莎，包括最后一把的维鲁斯，都有令人瞠目结舌的表现。Gala， 你会自己对这刚才提到的这3局啊，3个英雄，会对哪一局印象最深刻一些
That into is apparently Bebe, who's in the former AD carry. Are you kidding me? DPA Bebe, yeah. What? Is that Season 2 World Champion Bebe?
对于我们整个 BO5是比较重要的吧，那一盘赢下来其实
，1000 cuts
真的非常重要，对。
第2盘也让我们看到了Gala真的是一个大心脏的选手。那接下来问一下威了，今天最后一局非常关键的决胜局，你是选择了杰拉这个英雄，整个第3赛段都没玩过这个英雄，为什么在最后一局选择拿出了杰拉加上岩雀这样的一个中野的组合呢？
其实季后赛的时候，训练赛就有练过这种组合吧，然后就觉得今天可能效果比较好吧，然后教练就说杰拉很好，然后就选。
也能看到 IG 在这么短的准备时间内，他们很强的战术储备的能力哈。想问一下 Gala， 最后一局决胜局，你也是抢到了那条非常关键的龙魂。整个2025年这一年，我们已经看到过太多次，在 IG 需要的时候，在队友需要的时候 ，Gala 挺身而出的时刻。所以我想知道的是，支撑你每每在队伍非常困难的时候，能够帮助到大家挺身而出的这个力量是什么？
不知道，我就只是想打好吧。
只是想打好，多么真诚的一句话。Gala在我心中是一个，胸有惊雷，但是面如平湖的人。他把自己所有的激情都贡献在了赛场之上，贡献在了自己的操作之上。我们也把我们的热情送给 Gala， 好吗？我想说的是，辛苦了。
Interviewer, please share how you two feel after winning such a crucial match today.
其实很多观众都在讨论的一件事，就是今年的全球总决赛 ，LPL 的4号种子将直面 LCK 的4号种子 T1。我想知道的是，你们
For this match, it was extremely important to us. There's even more important matches happening in these two. We hope we can win them. Very clear.
因为一直觉得 T1 就是在世界赛非常强嘛，然后我们会拦住他们的。
感觉就好好拼搏、燃烧，然后不留遗憾吧。
不留遗憾。其实，我真的觉得世界赛无弱旅，每一支队伍都非常的强大。不翻过最高的山，又怎么能看到最辽阔的风景呢？那我想对于所有的召唤师们来说，我们要做的就是把加油和支持给到 IG， 给到所有 LPL 的队伍。我喊 IG， 我们一起来喊加油 IG！LPL， 谢谢大家的支持，这对于 IG 包括所有的 LPL 队伍来说，我想都非常的关键。那在今天最后的一个问题，现场来了很多支持 IG 的粉丝。
Because we feel T1 is very strong at Worlds, we'll deal with them. We'll ignite our best form and leave no regrets.
有很多 IG 的粉丝在很晚的时间一直在等待着 IG， 支持着 IG， 包括今天直播间，我相信也有无数支持你们的粉丝。有什么话
Wei said winning this match means going to Worlds, and for 5.
来线下支持我们，还有线上
Or for the coaches, the entire team is very important. Right now, I think we need to take a break, prepare, and face up at Worlds.
关键的比赛嘛，然后希望大家多多期待，然后我们也会努力去打好，然后赢下的。
威呢？
就是好好努力备战世界赛吧，然后大家可以多呼吸几天。
我想 IG 对于包括我，包括很多喜欢他们的粉丝来说，已经不只是一个队伍的名字，它是一种情怀，它是我们的青春，它是热血难两。我们最后再次把掌声送给 IG， 感谢2位接受我的采访。 接下来让我们一起来期待一段精彩的 Spotlight。
8条蓝不多，慢点，停慢点，停慢点，慢点，不是转，停慢点，没对了啊！
Between losing to top esports in this match today, you've only had 1 day to prepare. Can you tell us what was the most important thing you did during that day?
可以看慢点，啊，走路走吧，可以慢点，走吧，不用怕，看我，可以打的，不用怕，一了，可以打，反正没打，往上对。
Try not to speak too loudly over the actual interview questions because people are actually translating it.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you guys in chat doing that.
Very PR though, honestly, folks.
A lot of these players have been doing interviews for a very long time, guys. They know their way around a microphone. Alright, I'm going to fire up the Quattro.
You gotta do that.
可以在这。我给大楼，能看瑞兹吗？见我有做。看瑞兹，刘季没上 ，nice。
Wei said, when we lost last match, we weren't looking for ways to win the match. We went looking ways to win the match. We upped the priority on bot lane. We tried to coordinate better so our performance was better today. Oh, cool, okay, cool. Gala, your performance was very good. Which match do you think was the best? That's gotta be the Kalista, right? Holy crap, listen to how loud the crowd is. Well, thanks everyone for watching. We'll stick around to see if there is like the send-off ceremony. Sometimes they do that. Game 2 on Kalista was the most memorable. Extremely important to our best of 5 performance. Yeah, I think their mental might have shattered if they lost that, honestly. Holy crap, the play-ins for T1 ILG. I mean, that is going to be a sold out. That's going to be one of the most... that's going to be one of the most sought-after set of tickets ever. Wei, in the last match today, you picked Zyra. No one's played Zyra this entire split. Can you tell us why you picked this champion? God, it was such a good pick, too. It worked out so well. My predictions for tomorrow's HLE versus Genji. I've not watched enough of LCK recently to have a good read on that. I'd imagine Genji if they play well, but that's just very baseline. Really depends on Canyon versus Peanut, I think. We should also have a send-off ceremony. Yeah, we should do, yeah. So actually in scrims we practiced Zyra and the coach said that Zyra is good here, so we picked it. The last game you managed to steal the important soul. This is to Gala. Throughout 2025 we've seen you step up when the team needs you the most. So I want to ask, what is the strength that allows you to pull out these carry performances? Oh, I just wanted to play well. What the hell? That's so PR.
That's it. No worries. Thank you, Dark World. Really appreciate the translation there. Everyone, just give a shout out to Dark World. We're going to keep the stream live a little bit longer because we might have the send-off ceremony. And then after that, we'll go over to Sam's stream if you're on Twitch, and we'll raid over to him. Yeah, thanks for the translation, Dark World. Really appreciate you. Wait, there's more? Okay, right. How do you feel about the T1 match coming up? Oh, I want to know the answer to this. That's when TFC was translating from, yep. Carlos, we think T1 is always very good at Worlds, but we will stop them. Damn. Yeah, and Wei basically said, look, we'll find our form, basically, in basic points. Holy crap, folks. Folks, do you want to know how many hours... Sam, do you want to know how many hours we've streamed this year? 742. 742 hours this year, folks. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, there's so much. Are you and Sam going to do another LPL podcast to cover all this? Oh my god. I don't know, yeah. Good question, really.
Pod review the LDL files. Okay, folks, I tell you one thing which I will be doing. I will actually be playing some. So I know this won't be as like exciting for some of you. I'm going to do some more variety. When Ghost of Yote comes out, I'm going to be playing that on stream. I want to do some more variety. Might do ASI, we'll see about that, but I want to do some stuff which isn't casting, partly because it's just better for mental health, really, and also I want to do some more stuff on this stream, which is not just that. So I think that comes out on the 2nd of October, so I'll be just spamming that. I will probably be putting in, like, full shifts for that, because I'm going to be doing some content with Last Free Nation about that, Last Free Nation culture. So with Monte Cristo and the like. I've been playing through Ghost of Tsushima off stream, and we'll go towards Ghost of Yote when it comes out. It'll be very cool. I think we're going to have the send-off ceremony now, folks. Okay, let's see what they got for us. The send-off ceremony. Four teams heading to the World Championship from China. It's on home territory this time. The LPL has not had a title since 2021 EDG. Hopes and dreams rest on the shoulders. These four teams. Warriors playing in the background.
现场和屏幕前的召唤师们，让我们用最热烈的掌声和欢呼声，有请代表 LPL 赛区出征前往2025英雄联盟全球总决赛的4支战队登场。4号种子 Invictus Gaming。
Your fourth seeds.
上单
Worlds 2025 Invictus Gaming.
中单 Rookie。 下路 Gala， 辅助 Mako。 IG 登峰造极。
Oh, the banners are just beautiful. Your third seeds.
Top Esports.
Top Esports.
上路369，打野 Knafi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Lau， 辅助航，辅助风月。
Oh my god, my dude. Just the sixth man in there, like, hi, how's it going? Oh my god.
TS 博智无憾。
Your second seeds. Anyone's legend.
2号种子 Anyone's legend.
Split two champions.
打野 Turksan， 中单 Shanks， 下路 Hope， 辅助 kill。AL 不忘初心，荣耀彼此。
And your LPL Grand Finals champions. You know them, Billy Gaming. Back to Worlds again.
打野北川，打野 Shadow， 中单 Knight， 下路 Elk， 辅助 On。
Your 4 teams staying local, but heading international. China, your 4 teams, your champions, your gladiators. March 4th.
自古英雄多磨砺，唯有争者留其名。他们肩负着无数召唤师的梦想与信念，朝着2025英雄联盟全球总决赛进发。一致对外是刻自骨子里的倔强，是面对强敌时永不退缩的锋芒。赛场之上没有退路，唯有并肩作战，方能捍卫 LPL 赛区的无上荣光。让我们携手共进，一同踏上这段征程。我们2025全球总决赛见。
Your warriors in porcelain white. Your LPL representatives for Worlds 2025. Give it up for BLG, Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, and Invictus Gaming. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on this wonderful, wonderful LPL journey. It has been special. The first year without an LPL official broadcast. It's been a difficult one. 742 hours on this stream. Shout out to LPL English and the other streamers which have helped keep this community alive. Shout out to you in chat who have helped keep this community alive. It wouldn't be the same without you. We wouldn't change it for a thing. We love the LPL here, and we love spreading that love as well. We appreciate each and every one of you. Great good luck to our teams at Worlds. We'll cheer them on from the crowd. Not sure if we'll do this again next year. We'll see. We'll see. Depends on off-season. I'm not saying we won't. But it is a hell of a workload to put on ourselves, folks. The support has been immeasurable. Well, I guess it has if you look at the actual bills, but it has been immeasurable. And from Sam, from myself, from those of us who are stuck by the LPL community, to you who also have, a great thank you. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. If you're on Twitch, we'll send you over to Sam. Enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy the rest of your year, enjoy Worlds, ASI, everything you can. See you on the other side.